Tyrion Lannister stood in the flickering candlelight of his chambers, breathing softly as the shadows on the walls appeared to dance with the tremors of his mind. From beyond the thick wooden door, the shouts of gold-cloaked guards in the Red Keep's corridors filtered through, muffled and distant. He was alone, yet he felt as though hundreds of eyes were upon him, waiting for him to make his next move. Somewhere out there, Cersei was in her own rooms, perhaps sipping her wine, eyes burning with that perpetual mixture of triumph and bitterness that she wore like a cloak. Tyrion could practically taste the tension, the animosity that had crackled between them for so many years. The city was rife with it too, tension hanging in the air as if King's Landing itself held its breath, expecting war to break out at any moment. Tyrion had made decisions in his life that haunted him, but none loomed larger than the one taking shape in his mind now. He was good at secrets. He'd guarded many, discovered many, and used them to protect himself. But this was different. This was not the subtle maneuver of a master of coin. This was not a sly quip at court. This was murder, regicide of the Queen Regent, and it began to feel like the only way out of the labyrinth of hatred and betrayal Cersei had constructed around him. He pressed his hands on the table before him, fingertips resting upon scattered parchments detailing the expenditures for the crown, import ledgers for grain, and proposals for new alliances from lords across the 7 kingdoms. Useless matters, all of them. He could almost hear his father's voice in his head, telling him that the family came first, that as a Lannister, he had duties and obligations above all else. Yet Tyrion could see no path forward without removing the constant threat that was his sister. Cersei's thirst for control, her manipulations, had reached a crescendo. He could not remain in King's Landing without risking his life at every turn. He was certain she was building a new trap, something that would end him the way she had always wanted to. The thought pressed against his heart. But if he struck first, would it save him? Or would it damn him to a fate worse than death? His breath came ragged at the possibility, yet that small, cunning voice inside him whispered, "She leaves you no other choice. End this or be ended." He left his chambers shortly before midnight, wrapping himself in a dark hooded cloak. The keep was quieter than usual. Many gold cloaks were posted around the king's apartments, for Joffrey was still a boy king who required constant guarding. Others loitered near Cersei's personal chambers, though Tyrion suspected their vigilance was mostly for show. Cersei trusted very few outside her own personal guard. Soft torches lined the corridors, and their light cast tall, flickering shapes that seemed to breathe along the stone walls. With each step, he thought of Shay, of the risk he was taking. The memory of her soft words, her unwavering expression of love, clung to him. If he died in his attempt to kill his sister, he would leave Shay behind in a city that would devour her. If he succeeded, perhaps there was a slim chance they might escape together, though the notion felt fragile, naive. But nothing was so naive as the idea of staying put and hoping Cersei would lose interest in him. That was folly. He reached the corner that led to the small corridor connecting to Cersei's rooms. He knew every passage in this part of the keep, for it had been part of his survival strategy to learn every twist and turn, every hidden nook. Information was his weapon, and he would use it now. He was not some brute like the Mountain, nor a sword-swinging hero from the songs. If he was to kill Cersei, it would be through cunning. He patted the small vial in his pocket, a potent poison he had procured through Varys's network, or so he told himself. In truth, the transaction had been more complex, with whispered exchanges and an unnamed contact in Flea Bottom, but he'd made sure no one could trace the source back to him. Tyrion paused in the alcove, peering around the dimly lit corridor. 2 guards stood at the entrance to Cersei's main door. She should have been alone inside. When she was in her solar or in the common areas, there were more attendants, but late at night she typically dismissed her handmaids. For a moment, he felt pity for them. Those poor, petrified girls who had to endure her sharp tongue and risk her wrath daily. But that pity was fleeting. He had a task before him, one that would change the course of the 7 kingdoms forever. He slipped back into the hidden passageway he had discovered months ago. It started near a storeroom for old banners and discarded furniture and ran parallel to the corridor. Clever hands had crafted these walls in ages past, and the knowledge had been lost to most. Even Varys's little birds might not know all of them, though Varys certainly knew enough. The narrowness forced Tyrion to bow his head and walk sideways at times, carefully, silently. Dust tickled his nose, and the stale air reminded him of tombs. This was a fitting route, he thought wryly, for someone about to commit murder. After a short journey in near-total darkness, the passage ended behind a loose panel, adjacent to Cersei's bedchamber. Once, many months ago, Tyrion had listened in on Cersei's conversations from this very spot, gleaning words of her frustrations, her plans to manipulate the king, and her attempts to root out her enemies. Now he stood there with a heart pounding so loudly he feared she might hear it. He pressed his ear to the panel. Silence. She was likely reading a letter, or perhaps simply sitting in bed with her wine. He slid the panel open by the tiniest fraction. Candlelight poured through the crack, illuminating a slice of the room. There, in the large bed covered in crimson and gold quilts, lounged the figure of his sister, her golden hair loose around her shoulders, the silhouette of her body half-propped by pillows. A single candle on the nearby table cast dancing patterns across her face. Tyrion could see the tension in her jaw, even at rest. She was beautiful, no denying it, but there was a hardness etched into every line of her expression that no candlelight could soften. Her voice startled him. "What is it?" She was addressing someone, though Tyrion saw no other figure in the room. For a moment he froze, worried that perhaps she was aware of his presence. But then he heard another voice, distant and hushed, a guard standing outside her open door, speaking timidly about some matter of security. Tyrion could not catch all the words. Cersei let out a huff, snapping back at the guard to handle his duties without bothering her further. The door closed, and the hush returned. Tyrion's mouth was dry. He reminded himself that if he didn't do this, she would eventually do worse to him. Then he thought of Jaime, the beloved brother who straddled the line between them, caught in a complex tapestry of loyalties. What would Jaime do if he found Cersei murdered? Tyrion's heart twisted at the thought, but it was too late to turn back. He couldn't stay. He couldn't flee. He had to act. Slowly, carefully, he pushed the secret door open just enough for him to step into the room, pressing his small frame through the narrow opening. His foot touched the carpeted floor with barely a whisper. Cersei was gazing into the flicker of the candle flame, lost in her own thoughts. Tyrion stood there, his head level with the high mattress, hidden in the shadows behind the bed's canopy drapes. She seemed to sense something then, or perhaps she was just restless. She sat up straighter and looked around, brows furrowing. Her hand slid to the knife she kept near her pillows. Tyrion had seen her keep it there often. He stilled himself entirely, certain she could hear his heart pounding. She muttered something about shadows and wine. Then, she reached for her cup on the bedside table, draining it in a single unladylike gulp. In that moment, Tyrion moved. He took the steps around the bed, revealing himself before she could process that someone else was in the room. "Tyrion," she spat, as if the name itself was a curse. Her hand darted under the pillow for her knife, but Tyrion was quicker. He had drawn his own dagger, the small but sharp blade glinting with lethal purpose. She froze, eyes narrowing. He could see her calculating. Cersei was many things, but she was no fool. If he had come here with open steel, he must have had a plan. For a breath, neither of them spoke. Her eyes flicked around the chamber, perhaps searching for a way to call for the guards. Tyrion's voice was low, almost gentle, though his words shook with an undercurrent of fear and fury. "You were never going to stop," he whispered. "No matter what I did, how I served. You want me gone by any means." She sneered. "You flatter yourself, imp. You think everything revolves around you. I have a kingdom to worry about, a son who needs my guidance. You are just a tumor to be cut out." The hatred in her voice was raw, and Tyrion felt all the old wounds inside him flare. Every humiliation, every cruel barb, every manipulative act she had inflicted. Better a tumor than a poison, Tyrion said. You've turned the 7 kingdoms into your personal game board. I'll not be a piece in your hand any longer. Her lip curled and she began to rise. The slight shift of her legs signaled she was about to move, perhaps lunge for the door. Tyrion dashed forward and pressed his dagger against her throat. She drew in a sharp breath, and her eyes showed her contempt as well as a flicker of genuine fear. She tried to laugh, but it came out as a hollow rasp. You wouldn't dare. He could smell the wine on her breath, thick and spiced. The guards will come if you do it. You'll be dead by morning. His hand trembled but remained steady enough to keep the blade where it was. I have a way out, a way you never bothered to look for because you never bother to look beneath the surface. So certain you're the smartest in the room. He stared at her, taking in the curve of her neck, the throbbing vein of her pulse, the small lines around her eyes. This was his sister, the woman who had tormented him from childhood, the mother of the monstrous boy king who toyed with peasants' lives. She was frightened now, or at least uncertain. Tyrion had never wanted something so dark so badly in his life. For a single instant he hesitated. Then he realized the moment was upon him, that final crossing of a line. Murder was not something he had done casually, but living with Cersei had never felt casual either. It had felt like a fight for survival. The knife flashed in the candlelight. She tried to twist away, but he moved with her, pressing the blade deeper until a thin red line appeared on her pale skin. She hissed, a snarl forming on her lips. He squeezed his eyes shut, picturing Shay's face, picturing what Cersei would do to the woman he cared for if given enough time. Then, with a swift, vicious motion, he slashed the blade across her throat. Blood spilled onto the sheets, scarlet upon crimson, and her eyes went wide. A choked gurgle escaped her mouth as she clutched at her neck, her lifeblood staining her hands. Tyrion stumbled back, breathing in ragged gasps. He watched, rooted to the spot, as she collapsed onto her side, her body twitching in final spasms. Her eyes locked on his, wide and disbelieving, perhaps cursing him in her mind in her last moments. Then the light in them faded. He stood there, seconds dragging into an eternity. There was no triumph in the moment, only a bottomless pit of shock and dread. Cersei Lannister was dead. It had been so easy, so quick. The blood pooled around her, seeping into the sheets. She lay on the bed like a broken doll, hair fanned around her, eyes staring. Tyrion swallowed hard, one hand pressed to his mouth, the dagger still wet in his other. For a brief moment, he was paralyzed by the enormity of what he'd done. But he had no time for paralysis. The guards would eventually check on her. They might have heard something. He had to move. He retrieved the vial of poison from his pocket, grimacing at the wasted resource. In an ideal scenario, he would have slipped the poison into her wine. But the chance had passed. The directness of a knife felt more certain, if considerably riskier. He considered pouring the poison into her wine goblet to craft some illusion of a different death, but the large wound on her throat made that pointless. Any guard or maester would see her wound. No subterfuge could hide the gash across her neck. The best he could do now was vanish without a trace. He wiped the dagger on a piece of cloth, though it was still smeared with enough blood that it would raise suspicion if found on him. He took one final look at Cersei's lifeless face. Then, forcing himself not to retch at the coppery smell that was already thickening the air, he hurried back to the secret passage. He closed the panel behind him and slipped into the darkness once more. As he navigated the twisting route back, his thoughts raced. How soon before someone discovered her body? What if the guards had heard something? Tyrion told himself that if they had, they would likely have barged in immediately, given their loyalty to the Queen Regent. If they hadn't, perhaps he still had a window of time. He realized that no matter how swiftly he fled, his own proximity to Cersei and her well-known hatred of him would inevitably cast suspicion his way. When the realm learned the Queen Regent had been murdered, their first suspect would be the imp. Everyone knew the enmity between them. But no matter. If he was gone, they could not kill him. Not easily. He could vanish across the narrow sea if it came to that, or find some hidden corner of Westeros. It didn't matter as long as he was free from her. But first, he needed to escape King's Landing. Emerging from the darkness of the secret passage into the storeroom, Tyrion took several deep, shuddering breaths. He had never felt so alert, so terrified. Each step back toward his chambers was a study in self-control. He forced himself to walk calmly, with the measured pace of someone going about routine business. If he broke into a run, the clamor would draw eyes. The fewer who saw him, the better. Fortunately, at this late hour, there were few souls wandering the halls aside from the gold cloaks on patrol. He kept to the quieter corridors, pausing whenever he heard footsteps, ducking behind crates or around corners to avoid detection. Finally, he reached his rooms. Shay was there, waiting for him by the dim light of a single candle. She rose when he entered, her eyes wide with worry. "My lion," she whispered urgently. "Where did you go? Are you hurt?" He realized his hands were trembling. She saw the hint of blood on his sleeve, and her face paled. "Tyrion." He moved to her quickly and placed a hand on her cheek. "I'm not hurt," he rasped, struggling to catch his breath. "But we need to leave. Tonight. Right now." She was a courtesan by trade, but in that moment, she was simply a frightened woman who loved him in her own way. "What happened?" she asked, a tremor in her voice. Tyrion swallowed, glancing at the door. "Cersei," he said quietly. She's gone." It took only a moment for understanding to flood Shay's eyes. The horror, the realization, and then the acceptance. If Tyrion had killed the Queen Regent, then they were both in mortal danger. She nodded once, setting her jaw. "Where do we go?" He grimaced. "I have a plan," he said, "or something that might resemble one. We can't wait until morning. We have to go now before anyone notices." He'd stashed coin and valuables for a moment like this, though he had hoped never to use that contingency plan in such a dire scenario. The risk was enormous. A part of him wondered if Varys might assist them. Another part whispered that trusting the spider was always dangerous. Varys was loyal to the realm in his own cryptic way, and he might see the murder of Cersei as either a boon or a sign of chaos. Tyrion couldn't be sure which. Best to trust no one. They gathered what they could carry in a single small pack. Gold dragons, a few changes of clothes, essential documents if they needed passage across the sea. Tyrion also took a ring, a family heirloom that once belonged to his mother. A piece Tywin had deemed worthless because it wasn't some grand necklace or crown. That ring was dear to Tyrion only for sentimental reasons, and if he was fleeing House Lannister, he still wanted some sliver of who he was. He tested the weight of his coin pouch, feeling the shift of gold. It would have to be enough. "Come," he told Shay. "Keep your hood up. Let me do the talking." They left his chambers, hearts pounding. Tyrion half expected to find gold cloaks waiting outside the door, but the hallway was deserted, blanketed in silence. Together, they descended a narrow stairwell that led to the lower levels of the Red Keep. The fortress was a maze of corridors and winding passages, but Tyrion had done his homework. He led Shay through the labyrinth, torchlight casting their shadows in warped shapes on the walls. In every flickering silhouette, Tyrion saw the possibility of being discovered. At one point, they heard footsteps and hushed voices, guards patrolling. Tyrion and Shay pressed themselves against the wall in a dark alcove, hearts hammering as the men passed. He caught snippets of their conversation. Something about the upcoming wedding feast, a complaint about a shift change. No mention of Cersei's death yet. Tyrion exhaled silently, relief mingled with dread. They still had time. Eventually, they reached a small sally port that opened to a side courtyard near the cliffs overlooking the Blackwater Bay. The door was barred from the inside, intended only for official use in emergencies. Tyrion had bribed a certain guard weeks ago to ensure it remained unalarmed. Still, it was locked, so he fiddled with the mechanism, hands sweating, while Shay stood watch behind him. Every second felt like an hour. Finally, there was a click, and the door creaked open. A rush of cool night air caressed their faces. Beyond the courtyard walls, the faint glow of moonlight shimmered over the sea. They slipped into the courtyard, clinging to the shadows. A single guard stood watch at the far gate, lantern in hand, leaning against a post with obvious boredom. Tyrion felt his pulse quicken. If the guard recognized them, if he gave an alarm, everything would end here. Tyrion exchanged a glance with Shay, then walked forward in a measured pace, forcing himself to look as though he belonged there. He pulled his hood low, hoping the guard would see only a short figure in a cloak. Shay kept close behind, her head bowed. The guard looked up, squinting. "Oi, who goes there?" Tyrion feigned annoyance, letting his voice rasp with the hoarseness of a tired servant. "Been sent to retrieve something from the harbor," he said dismissively. "Don't want to be at this all night. Open the gate." The guard hesitated, then shrugged. "Off you go, then." He lifted the bar and swung the gate open. Tyrion swallowed a sigh of relief. It appeared that no alarm had been raised, no immediate suspicion cast. He was just another servant running errands at an ungodly hour, thanks to the chaos of court life. The guard spared them hardly another look as they slipped through. The city sprawled before them, a labyrinth of narrow streets and alleys, bathed in the mixture of moonlight and the yellow glow of sporadic torches. Far in the distance, Tyrion could see the Red Keep's walls rising behind them, a silent giant, unaware of the monstrous deed had just taken place within. He shuddered at the thought that Cersei's body might remain undiscovered for a little while longer, but likely not much longer. Sooner or later, a servant would enter, or a guard would check on her. Then the storm would begin. Navigating the darkened streets, Tyrion led Shay past shuttered shops, through alleyways that smelled of rotting fish and stagnant water. The city, so crowded and lively by day, felt almost eerie at this hour. The hush was broken by distant shouts or the bark of a stray dog, but mostly it was just the hush of ghosts and the soft echo of footsteps. They crossed a small footbridge spanning one of the lesser canals leading off the Blackwater. Here, the water was black and still, reflecting the stars overhead like tiny shards of shattered glass. Tyrion paused, gripping the rail, his breath catching in the night air. He tried to steady himself, tried to contain the mounting panic. Shay placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and they continued on. They reached the wharves, where the smell of tar and sea salt mingled. Most ships were docked for the night, large silhouettes against the moonlit waters. Occasionally, a crew member wandered the decks on night watch, but no one paid attention to a short cloaked figure and his female companion. Tyrion had done business with a handful of captains over the months, ensuring he had options if he ever needed passage. He approached one such ship, a battered old cog that had seen better days, captained by a man named Giles Withers. Tyrion knew him as a smuggler who sometimes carried illicit cargo for the highest bidder. Tonight, he would carry Tyrion Lannister and Shay away from King's Landing, if the price was right. They found Giles near a stack of crates by the gangplank, sharing a leather flagon of ale with one of his crew. Tyrion cleared his throat to announce himself. Giles, a wiry man with a scar across his cheek, looked up, eyebrows lifting. "Well, if it isn't Lord Tyrion," he said quietly. "I'd ask what brings you here at this hour, but I have a feeling you'd pay me not to ask." Tyrion allowed himself a dry smile. "We need a quick trip out of the city, preferably south, maybe to Dorne, or anywhere far from here." Giles studied him for a moment, eyes flicking to Shay. "2 passengers. Some cargo." "Light cargo," Tyrion replied, hefting his pouch of coins. "I can pay well, but we must leave now." At the clink of gold, Giles's expression shifted from curiosity to interest. "Now is expensive. The tide's not favorable." "Gold is favorable," Tyrion said, loosening the strings so Giles could see the glint within. "Aye," Giles agreed with a low chuckle. "Very well. We'll have to rouse the crew, but the harbor guards might grow suspicious." "You can claim to be going on a fishing run," Tyrion suggested, handing over enough gold to quiet any arguments. "I'm sure you've made up better excuses in your time." Giles smirked. "I have indeed." He beckoned to the crewmen. "Wake the others. Raise the anchor. We sail immediately." The exchange was quick, quiet, and mercenary, just as Tyrion preferred. Soon they were aboard, the gangplank pulled up behind them. Shae stood on the deck, clinging to the railing, looking back at the city as the vessel rocked gently in the dark waters. She didn't speak. Tyrion could guess her thoughts. They might never see King's Landing again, and though it was a place of danger and cruelty, it was also the place where they had found each other. Tyrion settled beside her, placing a hand over hers. "I'm sorry," he murmured. He wasn't sure if he was apologizing for the murder he had just committed or for the uncertain life they were about to embark on. Perhaps both. She squeezed his hand in silent acknowledgement. Below deck, the hustle of the crew preparing to cast off was subdued but intense. Sails were lowered, lines untied. Giles oversaw it all with a practiced eye. Within the hour, the cog slipped away from the docks and into the open mouth of the Blackwater Bay. King's Landing receded behind them, its torches twinkling like distant stars, a beautiful illusion masking the rot that lurked within. Tyrion exhaled, letting the sea breeze wash over him. For the first time in so long, he felt a sliver of freedom. But it was a fearful sort of freedom, tinged with the blood he had spilled. There was no going back, ever. He wondered what story the realm would whisper of this night, how the rumor mills of Flea Bottom and the Lord's courtiers would spin the tale. The dwarf who killed his sister, the Queen Regent, in cold blood. They would call him a monster, an abomination, a kinslayer. The weight of that sin pressed on him like an iron weight. Kinslaying was one of the most reviled acts in the eyes of the gods and men alike. Yet Tyrion felt no god's presence here, only the emptiness of the night sea. He leaned against the railing, listening to the creak of the ship's timbers. In the distance, the reflection of the moon shimmered upon the waves. He prayed silently that Jaime would find some sense of peace when he discovered the deed, that maybe he would believe it had been fated, or that it was Cersei's fault for pushing Tyrion too far. He doubted it. This would break Jaime's heart. But Tyrion could not undo what was done. His hand still throbbed as though the knife was in it, slicing across Cersei's throat again and again. Night wore on, and he and Shae found a cramped cabin below deck where they could rest. Rest. The very notion seemed foreign, but Tyrion's body was beyond exhausted, frayed by terror and adrenaline. Shae settled in beside him, stroking his hair, whispering soft words he could barely register. He closed his eyes, drifting into a tortured sleep haunted by crimson visions. By dawn, he woke to the gentle rocking of the ship as it navigated calmer waters further down the coast. He was free. He had never felt more afraid. News of Cersei's death spread through the Red Keep before sunrise. A maidservant discovered the gruesome scene and screamed loud enough to wake half the castle. The guards rushed in, some wretched at the sight, while others stood agape. It was quickly clear that she had been murdered, the savage slash across her throat revealing no chance of an accident. Panic erupted within the halls as word reached Prince Tommen. No longer just a prince, but the new king, though he was hardly old enough to comprehend the ramifications. The Lannister guards scrambled to secure the keep, suspecting an assassin might still lurk within. Whispers of war, revenge, and conspiracy crackled through every corridor. Grand Maester Pycelle hurried to the scene, though there was little he could do but confirm the obvious. Cersei was dead, and she had not passed peacefully. Jaime was not in the castle at the time. He had left shortly after the War Council the previous evening, having business at the city's outskirts, or so he had claimed. By the time he returned, the sun was peeking over the horizon, casting orange rays upon the Red Keep's ramparts. He was met by the terrified babble of guards who informed him of his sister's murder. Jaime's face turned ashen, his jaw set in grim horror, and he rushed to see the body. Upon entering the bedchamber, he found the sheets soaked with blood, Cersei's vacant eyes staring at the ceiling. A strangled cry escaped him. He cradled her lifeless face in his hands, tears burning tracks down his cheeks. The Kingsguard knights stood at a respectful distance, heads bowed, unsure how to console him. Jaime let out a roar of grief and slammed his fist against the bedpost, snapping it clean off. No one dared approach him. He buried his face in her golden hair, now dull and stiff with dried blood, and he whispered her name over and over. The only woman he had ever truly loved. The mother of his children, gone. From that moment, Jaime transformed. His face hardened with a numb determination. He demanded answers. The gold cloaks and the King's Guard scrambled to find any clue, any witness. They found the secret passage behind the loose panel, deducing that the killer must have entered or exited that way. Some said there had to be more than one assassin. Others speculated it was the work of a faceless man from Bravos. But the rumors turned quickly toward Tyrion. The Master of Coin was missing. His bed had not been slept in, and no one could find him in the castle. Servants reported that he had not been seen for hours. The guard on duty near the side courtyard insisted he had only let out a servant, not Tyrion Lannister, but doubt gnawed at him when pressed under interrogation. Varys had no answers either, or so he claimed. He had been absent as well, reappearing only after the search had begun. The Spider was alarmed and intrigued, but gave little away. By midday, the entire city knew that Cersei Lannister had been murdered, her dwarf brother nowhere to be found. The stench of suspicion was thick, fueling a frenzy that rippled through the streets. Joffrey, the king in name though only a boy of uncertain parentage, was gone. Now Cersei was dead, leaving Tommen, too young, to ascend the throne. The Lannisters' power seemed to teeter on the brink, and the shockwaves of that event spread across the realm. Ravens were sent to every corner, announcing the Queen Regent's demise and calling for vigilance against the kinslayer Tyrion Lannister. The bounty on his head soared to a staggering amount. Anyone who harbored him would be branded a traitor. Meanwhile, in the Red Keep, Jaime prowled the corridors like a wounded lion, his grief turning to a grim resolve. He would find Tyrion and make him pay, though a part of him wrestled with the disbelief that his younger brother, who had always been clever, not prone to senseless brutality, would do something so brazen, so monstrous. Yet the tension between Tyrion and Cersei had reached a breaking point, and Jaime knew it. Deep in his heart, he dreaded that it might be true. Tyrion, of course, was far from the city by then. Giles Withers's ship had traveled the coastline at a moderate pace through the day, eventually turning into a small cove to hide from any passing ships that might be on the lookout for them. Under the cover of darkness, they continued south. Tyrion spent the voyage mostly below deck, racked by conflicting emotions. Shae did her best to comfort him, but there was a gulf between them now, the reality of what he had done overshadowing everything. When he drifted to sleep, he dreamed of Cersei's pale face twisting into mocking laughter, or Jaime's anguished cries echoing in the halls of the Red Keep. He'd wake in a cold sweat, trembling, only to stare into the dark, cramped interior of the cabin. There was no solace, only the occasional lull of the ship's rocking. They made landfall several days later at a secluded stretch of coastline near the Stormlands. Giles had other business to tend to and was not keen on keeping a fugitive lord aboard for too long. The fewer men in his crew who recognized the dwarf, the better. Tyrion paid him generously, ensuring the man's silence as best he could. Then Tyrion and Shae disembarked, setting foot on the rocky shore. The wind whipped at their cloaks, carrying the tang of salt and seaweed. Tyrion squared his shoulders and looked inland. Ahead lay unfamiliar roads. If they pressed onward, eventually they could cross into Dorne, known for its relative independence and a certain willingness to defy the Iron Throne. Perhaps Prince Doran Martell might be amenable to harboring an enemy of the Lannisters, but only if it served Martell interests. The Martells had old grievances against House Lannister, especially over the death of Elia Martell and her children. Tyrion might exploit that. Then again, stepping into Dorne might also be walking into a den of snakes, literally and figuratively. They traveled mostly by night, buying passage in small carts or on foot, avoiding large roads where possible. Tyrion wore a wide-brimmed hat and kept his hood drawn, passing as a humble merchant or a traveling minstrel. Shae remained quiet, haunted by the knowledge that any slip could cost them their lives. At every inn they stopped at, when they had no other option, Tyrion heard the gossip. The entire realm was aflame with news of Cersei's murder. Many claimed Tyrion was the culprit, the rumors calling him a kinslayer, a demon in human form. Some stories even said he had used dark magic to slit her throat from afar. Others speculated that he had fled overseas to Essos, or had taken refuge in the north. None expected him to be wandering the Crownlands and the Stormlands, so close to King's Landing. That was their advantage. As the days passed, Tyrion felt the weight of paranoia pressing down. He tried to keep moving, never staying in one place too long. But the memory of Cersei's final stare clung to him, a silent accusation. As they ventured deeper south, their coin supply began to dwindle. Bribes and lodging were expensive, and Tyrion had not been able to bring the entirety of his savings. They had enough left to maintain a modest lifestyle for a while, but not indefinitely. They would need a more permanent solution. One night, in a cheap tavern nestled in the hills, Tyrion spent hours contemplating their next move over a flagon of sour wine. Shae was upstairs, trying to rest, but sleep had been elusive for both of them. Tyrion stared at the flickering candle on the rough-hewn table, remembering old lessons from his father. Money was power, influence was power, knowledge was power. Right now, Tyrion had only scraps of all three. He regretted not having Varys's ear, though the spider was never truly loyal to him. That cunning network of spies might have been invaluable now. Instead, he had only the uncertain path ahead. A scrawny local boy was tidying the tavern floor, picking up empty cups and plates. He looked at Tyrion with a mix of curiosity and pity. The boy had probably never seen a dwarf up close, or if he had, never one so obviously refined despite the ragged cloak. Tyrion tossed the boy a copper. "Have you heard any news from the capital?" Tyrion asked softly. The boy nodded, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Aye, my lord. They say the queen's brother killed her in her own bedchamber, then sprouted wings and flew away." He grinned, as though repeating a comedic story. "Some say the imp had help from the Red Witch in the north. Others say he was in league with the Targaryen girl across the sea." He shrugged. "Lots of stories." Tyrion forced a smile. "Indeed. Quite a tale." He waved the boy off, sighing. The realm was consumed by rumor and speculation. No mention of any serious lead on his whereabouts, but that wouldn't last forever. He needed sanctuary. Dorne might be an option, or perhaps he could continue south to one of the ports and then find a ship bound for the free cities. Bravos, Pentos, Volantis, anywhere. Yet the idea of leaving Westeros twisted his heart. He would be in exile, forever cut off from the land of his birth, from the name Lannister. Then again, he was already cut off from that name. He had killed his sister. He doubted anyone in House Lannister would ever forgive him, let alone welcome him back. Perhaps House Lannister itself would never recover. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, the power vacuum left by Cersei's death began to show. Tommen sat the throne, but he was a child, easily swayed by advisors and courtiers. The small council was in disarray, with Mace Tyrell, Kevan Lannister, and others stepping forward to guide the boy king. The Tyrells saw this as an opportunity to assert greater influence. Kevan Lannister, grieving his niece, was torn between the family's need for strong leadership and his suspicion that his nephew Tyrion had orchestrated this horrific act. Some demanded that Tyrion be named a traitor officially, that the entire realm be mobilized to hunt him down. Jaime, though bereft, tried to maintain a semblance of order among the Kingsguard, but each day his frustration grew. Without Cersei's ruthless presence, Joffrey's memory still haunted the keep, and the young Tommen was pliable, uncertain. King's Landing became a nest of vipers, each faction vying for the ear of the king. In the background, the war with the North still smoldered, though the main conflicts had quieted after Robb Stark's defeat. Yet that lull threatened to erupt anew, given the weakness in the capital. Varys watched it all from the shadows, analyzing the new shape of the game. He had always believed in balance, ensuring that no single power would overshadow the good of the realm. Cersei's death, while shocking, created a fresh opportunity. If Tyrion was truly guilty, he had changed the entire course of the kingdom with one thrust of a knife. Varys wondered if that would ultimately harm the realm or save it from worse fates. One thing was certain, Chaos would bloom from this. Tywin Lannister was dead, Joffrey was dead. Now Cersei was dead. The Lannister hold on the throne teetered precariously on the slender shoulders of Tommen. Forces from the Reach, the Riverlands, and the Iron Islands all sniffed for advantage. Even Stannis Baratheon's claim flickered somewhere in the background like a dying ember. And across the sea, Daenerys Targaryen, mother of dragons, grew in power with each city she conquered in Slaver's Bay. The realm was like a pot on the boil, the lid rattling. Tyrion's absence was but one piece in a vast puzzle, though a vital piece all the same. A full moon lit the sky on the night that Tyrion and Shae reached a remote inn near the Dornish marches. Tired and travel-worn, they secured a room in the stable's loft, preferring not to draw attention by demanding better quarters. It stank of hay and horse manure, but it offered privacy. Tyrion used the last of his coin to pay for a hot meal and a few hours of peace. They ate in silence by the dim light of a lantern. Shae tore at a piece of bread listlessly. Tyrion nibbled at some salted fish without appetite. "This can't go on," Shae whispered at last, her dark eyes flicking to Tyrion's. "We're running out of money and places to hide. And you?" She hesitated, searching his face. "You're haunted." Tyrion breathed a humorless laugh. "That's putting it lightly, my sweet. I took a knife to my sister's throat. I murdered a queen. Kinslayer, Queenslayer. The bards will have a field day." "You did what you had to," Shae offered, though her tone was uncertain. He closed his eyes, remembering the rush of blood, the last frantic flicker of life in Cersei's eyes. "Need and necessity," Tyrion murmured. "Yes, but we still bear the consequences." He sighed, rubbing his temples. "We could try to cross into Dorne from here. The Martells might grant us refuge, or they might hand me over in exchange for some concession from King's Landing. It's a gamble." Shae placed a hand over his. "What if we go east? Find a port, sail across the narrow sea to Pentos or Bravos. We could vanish, live our lives in peace." He smiled sadly. "You make it sound simple, but maybe it is the best chance. I'm not sure I trust Doran Martell enough. Westeros will never forget me. Across the sea, perhaps they will." Shae's eyes gleamed with longing. "We could start over." Tyrion nodded, swallowing hard. "We can try." That night, he sat awake long after Shae fell asleep, listening to her breathing in the darkness. He contemplated the fate he had left behind, the possibility that Jaime would hunt him to the ends of the earth, the question of whether Tywin's ghosts would come to claim him. He wanted to forget, to find a corner of the world where the name Tyrion Lannister meant nothing. Yet something in him also rebelled at the thought of fleeing forever. He had always hoped to prove himself worthy, to show his father, his siblings, that a dwarf was more than a mockery of the Lannister name. Now that chance was gone. He had chosen another path, one that led to blood and exile. At dawn, they set out again, trudging through rolling hills. A bitter wind swept in from the northwest. Shae wrapped her cloak tightly around her, and Tyrion hunkered down in his. Occasionally, they would see small farmsteads in the distance, or pass a stray shepherd. No one paid them much mind as they hiked, looking like nothing more than weary travelers. By midday, the sun peeked through the clouds, warming their backs as they ascended a rise in the road. Beyond lay a valley dotted with olive groves and winding streams. Tyrion scanned the horizon, noting a small town near a bend in the road. Perhaps they could find passage there, or at least learn more about how best to reach the coastline. They pressed on, hoping the town might have a harbor or a caravansary with travelers from the coastal routes. When they arrived, they discovered the settlement was no more than a dusty crossroad with a few squat buildings around a communal well. A handful of mules and donkeys were tied up outside a ramshackle stable, and a group of locals gathered near a shabby tavern, gossiping in low voices. As Tyrion and Shae approached, the chatter quieted. Curious eyes lingered on Tyrion's short stature and his foreign accent when he asked for directions. One man, bearded and lean, spat on the ground as though to punctuate his wariness. Tyrion feigned a calm he did not feel, explaining that they were travelers looking to get to the coast. Another man shrugged, pointing down the road, saying it was 3 or 4 days' journey. Tyrion thanked him and pressed a small coin into his hand for the information, hoping to soften suspicion. They found an abandoned shed on the outskirts of town where they could shelter for the night, not daring to pay for a room and risk more prying eyes. As twilight fell, Tyrion and Shae huddled together in the musty darkness. A single hole in the roof allowed a shaft of moonlight to illuminate the dusty floor. Tyrion listened to the distant howls of night creatures, the rustle of wind through the sparse trees. Shae's warmth beside him was a small comfort. He dozed off eventually, only to awaken to the sound of voices. He jerked upright, placing a hand over Shae's shoulder to still her. She stirred, eyes wide. From outside, near the corner of the shed, a low voice said, "I'm telling you, I saw them come this way." Another voice responded, gruff and impatient. "The bounty's big. If that's the dwarf, we'll be rich men." Tyrion's blood went cold. Someone in the village must have made the connection. Perhaps the suspicious stares had turned into rumors, and the lure of Lannister gold was too tempting. He motioned to Shae to remain silent. She clutched his hand, her breath shallow. A third voice chimed in, "We can't be sure it's him. Could just be a traveling minstrel, like they said." "If it's not him, we lose nothing by checking," the gruff one answered. "If it is him, we'll never have to work again." Tyrion felt his heartbeat hammer in his ears. They had no real weapons aside from a small dagger. 3 men with swords or crossbows would easily overpower them. They had to move. Now, he gestured to Shae, pointing to a gap in the back wall of the shed that might lead them outside without passing the front door. If they were swift and quiet, they could slip away into the darkness. Slowly, he started toward the gap, wincing at every creak of the floorboards. The men outside circled the shed, boots crunching on dirt. One rattled the door latch, finding it locked or jammed. "They're in there," the first man said, excitement creeping into his voice. Tyrion crouched behind a splintered piece of wood, helping Shae through the gap. The air was cold and smelled of damp earth. Shae landed softly outside. Tyrion hoisted himself up, which was always more difficult given his stature, and squeezed through, stifling a grunt of effort. He dropped down beside Shae in the overgrown grass. They started to inch away, ducking low. A faint glow from a lantern shone around the corner. One of the men had gone around back. Tyrion froze, pressing himself against the shed's wall. Shae's breathing was ragged. If they ran, they'd be spotted by the lantern's light. If they stayed, they risked being found as well. He weighed the odds, deciding in a split second that moving silently away from the light was their best chance. He gestured for Shae to follow as he crept along the side of the shed. They heard the men talking at the front door, trying to force it open. As Tyrion and Shae reached the far edge of the building, the lantern-bearer came into full view, scanning the night. Tyrion lowered himself into a prone position, holding his breath. The man's shadow stretched across the grass. For a moment, it seemed as if the man would walk right over them. Then a shout came from one of his companions. "Doors open. Let's see if they're inside." The lantern-bearer rushed away to join them. Tyrion exhaled, feeling sweat trickle down the back of his neck. Seizing the moment, they rose and darted into the darkness, heading for the sparse line of trees at the edge of the fields. Twigs snapped underfoot, and Tyrion prayed it wouldn't be loud enough to draw attention. Behind them, muffled curses indicated the men had broken into the shed. Tyrion didn't wait to hear if they found it empty. He and Shae ran, weaving between scraggly bushes and patches of tall grass. The moon lit their path enough to avoid major obstacles. They scrambled over a low fence, stumbling once or twice, but pressing on until they were certain they were out of earshot. Only then did they pause, panting, hearts thrashing. Shae clutched Tyrion's shoulder for support, and he rested a hand on her back, feeling her tremble. The reality of what had just happened settled upon them like a heavy cloak. They were no longer just running from official men in gold cloaks. They were fair game for any bounty hunter, any desperate peasant who fancied a quick fortune. They found a shallow ditch near a cluster of rocks and decided to shelter there until dawn. Every moment was thick with tension, every rustle in the grass a potential threat. Tyrion barely slept, his mind churning with thoughts of how close they had come to capture. If they were caught, the best they could hope for was a quick death. More likely, they'd be dragged back to King's Landing, and Tyrion would face a trial that would inevitably lead to his execution. Worse, Shae might face horrors of her own. He could not allow that to happen. He vowed silently that if it ever came down to it, he would protect her at any cost, even if that meant giving himself up as a distraction. When morning came, they pressed on, avoiding roads altogether. Their progress was slow, but at least there were fewer watchful eyes in the wilderness. The landscape began to change as they neared the Dornish marches. Rocky outcroppings and thorny scrub dotted the slopes, and the heat grew more intense during the day. Water was scarce, forcing them to ration what they could carry. Food became an issue as well. Tyrion's once plentiful coin purse was nearly empty, and they had to scavenge or hunt small game. Shae was not built for such hardship, nor was Tyrion, but they had no other option. He tried to keep their spirits up with wry comments, but each day wore them down further. At length, after what felt like a small eternity of dusty travel, they reached the outskirts of a modest settlement near the border with Dorne, one that boasted a decent inn and a few travelers' wagons outside. The Painted Viper, the sign read, depicting a snake coiled around a staff. Tyrion eyed it warily, but necessity demanded they pause for supplies at least. They entered, heads down, trying not to attract attention. The inn's common room was sparsely occupied. An old couple eating porridge, a lone mercenary sipping ale, and a robed figure in the corner reading from a tattered book. The barkeep, a stout woman with ruddy cheeks, glanced at them without much concern. "Rooms or meal?" she asked gruffly. "Meal, please," Tyrion said, handing over the last of his coppers. "And some water, if you can spare." She nodded, taking the coin. Tyrion and Shae sat at a small table near the wall. Soon a steaming bowl of stew and a hunk of bread were placed before them, along with cups of lukewarm water. They ate quietly, trying to appear as ordinary as possible. Tyrion felt the mercenary's gaze flick over them once or twice, but the man soon returned to his ale, apparently disinterested. Then the robed figure in the corner stood and approached. Tyrion tensed, slipping a hand under the table to grip the small dagger hidden in his belt. But the figure, now clearly a woman with pale features, lowered her hood, revealing short, cropped hair and sharp eyes. She spoke softly, her accent suggesting the free cities. "You are a long way from home, my lord." Tyrion froze. The use of "my lord" was no casual guess. She knew or suspected who he was. Shae's eyes widened, her hand trembling as she set down her spoon. Tyrion steadied his voice, trying to keep calm. "I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage, my lady." The woman smiled, though it was not unkind. "I've seen your likeness in King's Landing. I worked as a scribe for a time. I know who you are." Tyrion's pulse thudded. "So it was over. If you know, why haven't you shouted for the guards?" he asked, glancing around to ensure no one else was listening. She shrugged. "I'm not interested in claiming the bounty, if that's what you fear. Frankly, I have no love for the Lannisters or their gold. But I am curious." She paused. "I have means to assist your travel, if you're heading south." Discreet means. Tyrion exchanged a glance with Shae, uncertain. "Why?" "Let's just say I have connections with a group that believes the realm would benefit from fewer Lannisters at court." Her lips curved in a secretive smile. "And from what I hear, you've already reduced the number." Tyrion felt a stab of guilt, but also a flicker of hope. "You're a spy." "Of a sort," she said, pulling up a chair and sitting with them unbidden. "I came here to meet someone. Instead, I found you. I think we can help each other." Shae looked at Tyrion, eyes asking the question. "Can we trust her?" Tyrion considered the alternatives. They were exhausted, nearly penniless, and this was a chance. Perhaps their only chance to reach somewhere safe. Or it was a trap. He ran a hand through his hair. "Very well. Let's talk about how you might help me." So began a quiet negotiation in the corner of the Painted Viper, hushed words exchanged over half-eaten stew. The woman, who offered the name Myra, whether true or not, Tyrion couldn't be sure, promised she could arrange discreet passage across the border into Dorne, bypassing the usual checkpoints. Once in Dorne, they could make their way to Sunspear and possibly find a ship to Essos or remain under the Martell's protection. In return, she wanted to keep in touch, hinting that she and her associates might call on Tyrion's knowledge of Lannister secrets at some point. She did not press for details now. She merely said that if they saved his life, perhaps one day he would do them a favor in return. It was a devil's bargain, but Tyrion was out of options. He agreed. Within hours, Myra led them out of the settlement to a hidden rendezvous with a caravan that traveled under no banners. A small band of wagons carrying goods that were best left unrecorded. Shay huddled close to Tyrion on the back of a wagon loaded with barrels of preserved fruit. Myra and the caravan leader rode at the front, guiding them on little-known trails. The journey took days, winding through rocky passes and parched plains. Occasionally, they passed outposts of the Stormlands, where banners fluttered in the wind, but they avoided direct contact, traveling by dusk or dawn, resting at midday under the scorching sun. At long last, they crossed the painted mountains that formed part of the natural border between the Stormlands and Dorne. The air grew even hotter, the sun more merciless, but there was a stark beauty to the landscape. Red stone cliffs and winding canyons. Tyrion peered out from under the wagon's canopy, feeling a strange relief at having come this far. They were nearly in Dorne, the land of the Martells, of spicy food and defiant traditions. He still did not know if this path would lead to safety or betrayal, but it was a step away from the immediate danger of King's Landing and the bounty hunters. Meanwhile, Myra continued to treat them with guarded courtesy, never revealing more about her network than necessary. When the caravan at last reached a small Dornish outpost, the men who accompanied Myra parted ways, leaving her, Tyrion, and Shay to continue on foot. Myra provided them with fresh clothes, a few coins, and a letter that might gain them entry to a minor noble's household in Sunspear. Tyrion wondered if the letter was genuine or part of some larger scheme. Still, he clutched it, a possible key to their next step. As they parted, Myra fixed Tyrion with a penetrating gaze. "Remember your promise," she said quietly. "We got you here. If the day comes that we need you, we'll find you." Tyrion inclined his head, not daring to offer witty remarks. "You saved our lives. I won't forget." He meant it. Despite his cautious nature, he felt a flicker of gratitude toward this enigmatic woman. Then she was gone, fading into the desert heat, leaving Tyrion and Shay to press on alone towards Sunspear. They stood atop a ridge overlooking the desert floor, an expanse of shimmering gold and ochre. Tyrion felt a knot in his chest begin to loosen, if only slightly. He reached for Shay's hand and squeezed it. She offered a thin smile. Ahead lay a world of uncertainty, but at least it was not the certain doom that awaited them in King's Landing. They descended into the Dornish sands, guided by the shimmering haze of the horizon. Tyrion's mind churned with the knowledge that, though he had escaped the immediate consequences of killing Cersei, the realm would not forget. The wars to come might change the shape of power in Westeros, but the name Tyrion Lannister would forever be tied to blood and betrayal. He was a kinslayer, a fugitive, and yet he was alive. For now, that would have to be enough. He thought of Jaime again, wondering if his brother would ever understand or forgive him. Perhaps it did not matter. The dice were cast. The future stretched before him like the rolling dunes. Treacherous, scorching, but beckoning with the possibility of forging a new fate. Tyrion Lannister, the imp who had defied the fate others prescribed for him, trudged forward with each dusty step, carrying the weight of his sins upon his shoulders. Yet there was something in him that refused to die, a spark of determination. He had done the unthinkable. Now he would see what lay beyond the brink of that terrible choice. As the sun rose higher, scorching the sands, Tyrion drew his cloak tight around himself to block the glare. Shay followed, her eyes squinting as she surveyed the endless desert ahead. There, in the vastness of Dorne, Tyrion hoped they might find a moment's respite, a place to breathe, to plan, to decide if they would stay in Westeros or flee across the sea. Either way, the realm would never be the same. And somewhere behind them, the ghost of Cersei Lannister still prowled the halls of the Red Keep, her blood crying out for vengeance. Tyrion could almost hear her voice in the whispering wind, cursing him, haunting him with every step. He pressed on regardless, knowing that, for better or worse, this was the path he had chosen when he took up that knife in the dead of night. The rest of his life would be lived in the shadow of that choice. And so the imp walked forward into the burning sun, each footfall a testament to his survival, each heartbeat a reminder of the price he'd paid to claim it. Tyrion Lannister and Shae pressed deeper into Dornish territory, driven forward by a heat that seemed to come from the very bowels of the earth. Each day, the wind carried dust into their throats and coated their skin, so that by the time they found a small desert pool or a trickling stream, both felt half mummified. They covered their heads with light linen hoods and shared a single threadbare parasol Myra had given them, though it did little to soften the brutal glare of the sun. Still, they trudged on because to turn back meant returning to King's Landing and the Headsman's Blade. Days became a hazy blur of searing blue sky, rocky passes, and strange, tough flora that struggled to survive in the sun-blasted soil. Through it all, Tyrion kept a tight hold on the letter Myra had provided, that single parchment that might open doors for them in Sunspear, if it was genuine. He could not be certain of Myra's motives. She and her mysterious network had been content to whisk him and Shae past border guards and watchtowers for reasons they would not divulge. Nonetheless, she had delivered on her promise to help them cross safely. Now all Tyrion could do was cling to the hope that it had not been some elaborate trap. Though every muscle in his body ached and his throat felt like sandpaper, Tyrion's mind never stopped racing. The footsteps of memory dogged him with every mile. He could still see Cersei's blood spilling onto the sheets, feel the tightness in his chest as he pressed the blade to her throat. In some moments, he recalled it with horror, while in others, a strange numbness took him, as though he were only reliving a dream. Shae rarely spoke of it, though on occasion he saw her searching gaze, as if trying to measure the darkness in him. He guessed she had nightmares, too, but she was practical enough not to linger on the past when immediate survival demanded so much. At last, on the 6th day of dusty travel through the borderlands, they reached a spot where the terrain began to soften into rolling desert hills. Patches of green appeared, low shrubs, desert flowers, even a few small orchards fed by carefully diverted streams. The distant glimmer of a city rose on the horizon, hugging a river that snaked down from some hidden spring among the hills. Tyrion exhaled in relief when he saw it. Though it was only a minor settlement on the fringes of Dorne, the sight of cultivated fields and well-tended date palms felt like a hint of the civilization they had left behind. They found a dusty road that led to the settlement. Clusters of mud-brick dwellings lined the route, each with shutters that could be closed against the noon heat. A few goats wandered near a water trough, nibbling on sparse tufts of grass. Children peered from behind doorways, wide-eyed at the strangers. Tyrion, who'd pulled low over his mismatched eyes, felt all their stares upon him, some curious, others wary. A young woman, perhaps in her early 20s, stepped forward from one of the houses. She was barefoot, wearing a wrap of light blue cloth that shimmered in the sun. Her hair was bound in a long braid, and her face was etched with the golden undertone common among many Dornish. "You look half-dead, travelers," she said, leaning against the house's clay wall. "The day is too hot for wandering." Tyrion swallowed. "We need water," he said in a rasping voice. "Do you have some to spare?" The woman studied him. Her eyes swept over his small stature and then flicked to Shae, who offered a tentative smile. The woman lifted her chin, perhaps weighing whether they were a threat or a boon. At last she beckoned them. "I have a well in the courtyard. You can fill your skins there." Tyrion nodded gratefully. The courtyard was small but shaded by a vine-covered lattice. The well stood at its center, and Shae hurried to it, pumping the lever that brought water sloshing into a bucket. She filled their flasks first, then their hands. Tyrion poured water over his face and neck, feeling a shock of coolness that nearly made him gasp. "I am Yulia," the woman said, leaning in the doorway. "I live here with my younger brothers. This land is too poor to feed us all." So one brother joined a trading caravan and the other joined the city watch in Sunspear. "I stay behind." "My thanks, Yulia," Tyrion said, wiping water from his eyes. He attempted a courteous bow, though the dryness still clung to his throat. "I am Tytos." The false name tasted awkward, but he dared not give his true one. "And this is my companion, Shira." Yulia inclined her head. "Welcome, Tytos, Shira. Though what brings you to this corner of Dorne?" Tyrion paused, offering the simplest possible lie. "We hope to reach Sunspear. We heard there might be opportunities there for—" He searched for words. "Work. Any honest trade, really?" Yulia's expression was polite, though a flicker of suspicion remained in her dark eyes. "Sunspear is many days further south, near the sea. You will want a better map than you'll find here in my little village. In the next town, there's a caravan route that heads east, skirting the mountains and eventually winding down to Sunspear. It's a hard journey, but caravans make it regularly." "How far is that next town?" Shay asked, clearing her throat. "A day by donkey, perhaps 2 on foot," Yulia answered. "But the path is not always safe. Bandits dwell in the canyons. Watch yourselves." Tyrion nodded. "Thank you. We have little coin left. But is there a place here where we might purchase a bit of food?" Yulia frowned slightly. "We have no market. Sometimes a peddler comes through, but not often." She hesitated, then relented. "We have some dried figs, and I can spare a bit of flour and saltfish if you have coin." As they haggled the price, Tyrion realized that their meager purse was nearly empty. He paid with 2 battered copper stars and a single silver stag that Yulia tested between her teeth, eyeing him all the while. She must have wondered how a man with so few coins possessed silver minted in King's Landing. But she said nothing. The exchange concluded, she brought them a small cloth bundle of provisions. "You should stay until the sun sets," Yulia advised. "Travel at night if you can. The heat is cruel." "We'll do that," Tyrion said. "You have our gratitude." She shrugged. "Think nothing of it. Safe travels." He and Shay found a spot at the edge of the courtyard to rest in the shade. They dared not press their luck by lingering too long in the village itself, drawing more questions or notice. But a few hours of respite would make a difference. Shay slipped into a light doze, her head resting against the wall. Tyrion kept watch, mind drifting as he listened to the distant bleating of goats and the breeze ruffling the vines overhead. He thought of King's Landing, how word of Cersei's murder must have spread through every street, from Flea Bottom to the Red Keep. He could almost imagine the city in uproar. Tommen on the throne, Kevin Lannister or Mace Tyrell jockeying for power, Jaime prowling the halls, a shadow of rage and grief. It was strange to think that so many miles away, the realm he'd known his entire life was twisting and turning because of one swift stroke of his blade. He sighed. No matter how far he traveled, the guilt and the consequences would follow him like a second shadow. Their departure from the village was quiet. After sundown, they slipped onto a rough path leading south, guided by faint moonlight. A few hours into the night, they found themselves winding through rocky gullies flanked by towering ridges that loomed like broken teeth against the dark sky. The moon provided just enough glow to illuminate boulders and the occasional silhouette of a cactus or twisted tree. A chilly wind swept down from the higher ground, carrying the scent of sage and dust. They walked in near silence. Occasionally, Tyrion would ask Shay how she was faring, and she would nod or murmur that she was well enough. They both knew these hardships were as nothing compared to returning to the city where the headsman's sword awaited. Still, it was wearing them down. Tyrion's legs burned with each step. His shoulders ached from carrying their small pack. Shay's face had grown thinner, her lips cracked from dehydration. They had to hope that this next town, the one Yulia had mentioned, would give them an opportunity to join a caravan or find a donkey to ease their journey. Near midnight, they heard voices echoing among the rocks. Tyrion froze, lifting a hand to signal Shay. They doused their small lantern. The voices carried, bouncing off the canyon walls, but it was impossible to tell how close they were or in which exact direction. Tyrion crouched behind a large boulder, gesturing for Shae to do the same. A flicker of torchlight danced across the stony ridge. A man's laughter boomed, followed by muffled curses from another. Tyrion peered around the rock's edge, pressing himself flat. In the distance, he made out 4 or 5 mounted figures winding slowly along a narrow track that intersected with their path. They weren't wearing uniforms that he could see. No house sigils or banners. Likely bandits or else free riders. Tyrion weighed his options. If these men were honest traders or travelers, approaching them might be beneficial. But if they were brigands, they would see an easy mark. A dwarf and a young woman on foot, half dead from thirst, with no visible entourage. The bandits would kill or rob them without a second thought. He decided caution was best. Signaling Shae again, he crept away from the path, staying low among the rocks. Shae followed, careful not to slip on the loose scree. They made a wide berth around the route, climbing over a small ridge that cut across the narrow ravine. Tyrion's heart hammered as he heard the voices grow louder for a time, then gradually fade as the riders continued in another direction. Relief coursed through him once the echo of hooves disappeared entirely. They pressed on, guided by the stars above. When dawn's first pale light tinted the sky, they halted under the shelter of an overhang, too exhausted to continue until they'd caught at least a few hours' rest. The rocky ledge provided some scant protection from the blazing sun that soon crept over the horizon. Tyrion sank down with a groan. Shae sat beside him, leaning her head on his shoulder. "I miss a real bed," she whispered, though there was a faint trace of humor in her voice. Even the Red Keep's lumpy mattress would do. He let out a dry chuckle, though the mention of the Red Keep knotted his stomach. After a moment he replied softly, "We'll find one soon, I hope. A proper bed, in a safe room, with walls around us that hold no ghosts." Shae closed her eyes, and for a time, they sat without speaking. Tyrion's mind drifted to Jaime, imagining his brother's grief. Did Jaime truly believe Tyrion guilty beyond doubt, or did some part of him wonder at the circumstances? That thought cut deep. Tyrion had always been closer to Jaime than to Cersei, but family ties could twist quickly in the face of bloodshed. He heard the old adage in his mind. There is no crime more loathed in the eyes of gods and men than kinslaying. Tyrion exhaled, forcing the guilt aside for now. Survival demanded his focus. They dozed fitfully through the hottest part of the day, rousing in the late afternoon when shadows lengthened across the desert. Then they stirred themselves to continue the journey, unrolling stiff limbs and resuming that monotonous trek toward the next settlement. Late that night, the rocky gullies gave way to more open scrubland, and Tyrion spotted flickers of light in the distance. Torches or perhaps lanterns set outside a small settlement, hopefully the one they sought. They pressed on, ignoring their fatigue. Soon, they came upon a rough palisade wall built from wooden stakes driven into the hard ground, forming a protective ring around several structures. A single gate opened onto a dirt road. 2 men stood watch there, each carrying a spear. Tyrion and Shae exchanged a wary look. The watchers wore simple leather jerkins, no house sigil that Tyrion recognized. They looked more like local militia than bandits. That was something, at least. Tyrion approached, keeping his hands visible. "Greetings," he said in a hoarse voice. "We seek shelter and perhaps a caravan heading to Sunspear." The guards eyed them up and down. "Not many travelers coming through," one said, spitting in the dust. "Who are you?" Tyrion offered the same false name. "Tytos, a wandering scribe, and this is my companion, Shaera." The second guard, an older man with a graying beard, narrowed his eyes. "You look half dead. You bring trouble?" "We bring only our coin, if we have enough left to pay for lodging," Tyrion said calmly, trying to hide the anxious flutter in his chest. "We wish no harm." The guards exchanged glances. Then the older one shrugged. "Go on in, speak to Elia at the inn, she runs the place. Can't miss it, center of the square. Mind yourselves." They parted, allowing Tyrion and Shae through. Inside the palisade, the settlement was slightly larger than the previous village but still small by any measure, fewer than a dozen stone or brick structures, along with multiple stalls for animals and a communal well. Lanterns glowed above doors, providing more light than Tyrion and Shae had seen in days. Though it was late, a few townsfolk still wandered about, some finishing daily chores, others drawn by the inn's bustle. They found the inn easily enough. A squat building with a wooden sign out front that depicted a sunburst over a spear, the symbol of Dorne. It was not large, but Tyrion heard laughter and conversation within, suggesting at least a handful of patrons. As they entered, the smell of grilled meat and fresh bread greeted them, making Tyrion's stomach clench with sudden hunger. The main room was lit by several lanterns and a small hearth. A scattering of wooden tables filled the space, occupied by dusty travelers, a few locals, and one table of men who had the look of armed guards or mercenaries. A woman with curly black hair, presumably Elia, was bustling about with plates of food. She glanced at Tyrion and Shae, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the dwarf, but she quickly composed herself. "Welcome," Elia said, setting a plate of roasted peppers on a table. She brushed off her hands on her apron. "You two look like you've spent a week in the desert. Are you here for rooms?" Tyrion offered a polite nod. "A room, food, and if possible, any information on caravans heading to Sunspear." Elia studied them a moment. She had the sharp gaze of an innkeeper who could sense trouble. "We do have a room free, but it's not cheap. A single bed, if that suits you both." "That would be acceptable," Tyrion said, trying not to let the relief show on his face. "How much?" "2 silver stags a night," she replied. Tyrion grimaced inwardly. Their coin purse was down to a few small pieces of silver, the rest in coppers. "We can pay for 1 night now," he said, not wanting to commit to more than they could afford. "Fair enough." Ilya nodded. "Come, I'll show you." They followed her to a narrow corridor at the back of the main room, where the inn's few guest chambers were located. She opened the second door on the left, revealing a cramped but clean space with a wooden bed, a straw mattress, and a small trunk for belongings. A shuttered window faced the palisade wall outside. Tyrion felt a flood of gratitude just to see real walls, a roof, and a bed. Ilya waited while he fished out the coins, which he placed in her palm. She counted them quickly, then met Tyrion's eyes. "Food costs extra," she noted. "I can bring you a meal for another 8 coppers." He nodded, handing over the last of their coppers. That left them with 2 silver stags and a handful of battered copper pennies. Hardly enough to secure passage on a caravan unless they bartered or found some other arrangement. But it would have to do for tonight. Ilya left them, promising to return shortly with bread and stew. Once alone, Shae sank onto the bed, pressing a hand to her temple. "Gods, I never thought a simple bed would feel like such a luxury." Tyrion sat beside her, reaching for her hand. "We'll rest, then figure out the caravan situation. We can't afford many nights here." She nodded, eyes closing in weariness. Tyrion took a moment to study the room. The cracked plaster walls, the dull wooden floor. Part of him worried the men in the main room, the ones who looked armed, might be sellswords or bounty hunters. He tried to assure himself that if they'd recognized him, they would have acted by now. On the other hand, men who hunted bounties for a living might well wait to see if Tyrion let down his guard. The thought set him on edge. When Ilya returned, she brought a bowl of stewed beans and peppers, a round of flatbread, and 2 wooden cups of watered wine. It was far from lavish fare, but Tyrion and Shae ate ravenously. The spices of Dorne burst on Tyrion's tongue, a welcome change from the bland trail rations they'd been choking down. By the time they finished, the exhaustion hit in full force. They stripped off their dusty outer garments and crawled under the blanket, nearly collapsing into a deep, dreamless sleep. They did not stir until well into the next morning, when bright sunlight found its way through the shutters. Shae woke first, stretching with a soft groan. Tyrion opened his eyes to see her yawning, her hair tangled. "I could sleep another day," she mumbled. "Me too, but we should see about this caravan as soon as we can." He rubbed the grit from his eyes. The memory of where they were and why they were here settled over him, banishing any fleeting moment of comfort. They washed quickly at the basin in the corner, using the small pitcher of water Ilya had left. Then they ventured out into the common room, where the smell of roasted onions and fresh bread lingered from someone's breakfast. A couple of men stood at the bar nursing Alish. One wore a battered cloak and had a dagger at his hip. The other was a burly fellow with a scar along his cheekbone. Tyrion caught them glancing his way, but he pretended not to notice. He waved Ilya over. She paused in her sweeping to greet them, though a note of caution flickered in her eyes. "Rested, I see," she said. "If you're looking for a midday meal, I have eggs and a bit of fried peppers left." Tyrion shook his head. "Thank you, but we only have enough coin for travel. We need to find if there's a caravan heading to Sunspear soon. Do you know of any such group?" She leaned on her broom. I've heard rumor that a small merchant caravan is due in town in a day or two, traveling from the Stormlands into Dorne proper. They trade cloth and spices, so they'll likely continue on to Sunspear. Whether they have room for 2 more travelers is another matter. And their fees, well, caravans don't take passengers for free. Shay's face fell. Tyrion suppressed a grimace. "We'll speak with them and see if we can come to terms." Ilya shrugged, then lowered her voice. "A word of advice. Keep your heads down. Not everyone here is a friend. Some folks hear tales from the north. Tales of a dwarf with a price on his head, and they start to wonder." Tyrion's stomach clenched. "Understood. Thank you." She resumed her sweeping, and Tyrion guided Shay to a seat near the door. They watched the comings and goings of the morning. A donkey cart rattled past, carrying sacks of grain. A cluster of children ran through the dusty square, shrieking in play. Now and then, a villager would enter the inn, share a few words with Ilya, and head out again, pausing only briefly to glance at the dwarf and his companion. Thankfully, none appeared to recognize him outright, though curiosity was evident. Around midday, a tall man in sand-colored robes entered, scanning the room as if searching for someone. He was accompanied by 2 younger men who wore short swords at their hips. Tyrion felt a prickle of unease as the trio surveyed the patrons. Then the tall man approached Ilya, and the pair spoke quietly. Ilya nodded, gesturing in Tyrion's direction. Tyrion's pulse quickened. He willed himself to remain calm as the man turned and approached their table. The stranger's face was weathered by sun and wind, his dark hair braided loosely. He bowed slightly, his gaze flicking over Tyrion and Shay. "Apologies for the intrusion. The innkeeper says you seek passage to Sunspear?" Tyrion cleared his throat. "We do indeed. May I ask your name?" "I am Meryn Ironwood," the man said. Tyrion's mind latched onto the name. Ironwood was a known Dornish house, sworn to House Martell, one of the more prominent lines with a storied history. Whether this man was truly of that noble family or a distant cadet branch was not immediately clear. "I travel with a caravan. We're heading to Sunspear in 2 days, once our business here is concluded." Shay glanced at Tyrion, and he gave her a small nod. Then he looked up at Meryn. "That suits us well. However, we lack the coin to pay typical passenger fees. Perhaps there's another arrangement we can make." Meryn studied Tyrion, eyes narrowed. "What kind of arrangement?" "I'm skilled with numbers," Tyrion said smoothly. His voice pitched with an earnestness he didn't entirely feel. "I served as a scribe and bookkeeper in the Crownlands. My companion is adept at reading and writing as well. If your caravan needs a clerk, or if you require negotiations in any trade deals, I can assist in exchange for passage." Meryn's brow arched. He took a moment to consider. "I have a clerk already, but perhaps an extra hand wouldn't hurt, especially if you can speak the common tongue eloquently. And your companion, what's her skill?" Shay spoke softly. "I can help with cooking, cleaning, sewing if need be." Meryn crossed his arms, assessing them. "We can discuss the details later, but if I find you're more trouble than you're worth, I'll leave you by the roadside." "Understood." Tyrion offered a thin smile. "We wouldn't want to be trouble." Meryn glanced around, as if suddenly concerned about eavesdroppers. Then he lowered his voice. "We depart the morning after next. My men and I are quartered in the warehouse by the palisade gate. Be there at dawn if you wish to join us. And bring whatever you have by way of references or credentials." Tyrion's heart skipped. "We will be there." With that, Meryn turned, motioning for his 2 men, and left the inn in a swirl of desert dust. The door banged shut behind them, sending a draft across the room. Shae let out a breath. "We're lucky," she murmured. "Yes," Tyrion agreed, though he felt a ball of anxiety forming. He had just told Meryn that he could handle trade negotiations or scribe work. He was, in truth, more than competent in both, but if Meryn was of the noble house Ironwood, he might have a keen knowledge of Westerosi politics. One slip of the tongue, and Meryn might realize precisely who Tyrion was. That knowledge could tempt him to claim the bounty on a famed kinslayer. Still, it was their best chance to reach Sunspear under some measure of protection. Traveling alone through these deserts and canyons was too dangerous. He forced a note of optimism into his voice. "I'll manage. If we can just make it to Sunspear, we'll have more options. Perhaps a ship across the narrow sea." Shae nodded, though Tyrion saw the mixture of hope and weariness in her eyes. They spent the remainder of that day walking about the settlement, staying within the walls. Tyrion took note of the local shops, a smithy, a tanner's stall, a small herb stand. They had hardly any money left, so purchases were out of the question, but he wanted to appear like ordinary travelers preparing for a journey. They made polite conversation with a few villagers, keeping details vague, and avoided revealing more than necessary. At sunset, they returned to the inn. Tyrion bartered what was left of their coppers for a shared bowl of stew, then retired to their room. His nerves hummed with anticipation for the caravan. If all went well, they would soon be on the road south, escorted by men who, at least, might offer some protection from the bandits. But the risk remained that Meryn Ironwood, or one of his companions, might discover Tyrion's true identity. For now, Tyrion tried to quell those doubts and focus on the immediate step. Not starving, not dying of thirst, and not drawing the attention of bounty hunters. That night, as Shae dozed beside him, Tyrion lay awake in the cramped darkness, staring at the faint outlines of the shuttered window. He was unaccustomed to the quiet. In King's Landing, nights had been filled with distant cries, the roar of trade wagons, the laughter from brothels. Here, only the low whistle of wind along the palisade wall broke the silence. His thoughts drifted inexorably back to Cersei. The memory played on a loop in his mind. Stepping from the hidden passage, seeing her startled expression, the blade against her throat, the sudden rush of blood. So quick, yet so final. In the flickers of half-sleep, he could almost hear her voice. "You'll never escape the consequences, Tyrion. Never." The next day, they kept to themselves in the inn, occasionally venturing out to keep an eye on Meryn and his men from afar. They spotted the man near the warehouse, overseeing the loading of crates and barrels into wagons. Tyrion counted at least 3 wagons and a dozen armed guards, plus a handful of pack mules. It looked like a modest caravan, but well organized. Clearly, Ironwood or his associates had some investment in it. Come evening, Tyrion and Shae shared a small meal of bread and cheese provided by Elia, then returned to their room to rest. At dawn, they rose, gathered their scant belongings, and made their way to the warehouse. The morning air was crisp, the sky a pale pink that promised another scorching day. Meryn was there, along with a wizened man who held a ledger, presumably the caravan's existing clerk. "You came," Meryn observed, looking at them with a cool gaze. "Good. This is Duman, our record keeper." He gestured to the older man. "He'll tell you what he needs help with. But first, let's settle payment. We agreed that you two would lend your skills, so we won't charge a travel fee. However, I expect you to earn your keep. No lazing about." Tyrion inclined his head. "We'll do whatever is required. I can keep accounts, and my companion can tend to domestic tasks if the caravan requires." Duman gave a curt nod, evidently not thrilled to share his duties, but he handed Tyrion a small slip of parchment with a list of goods. This is our cargo: spices, dyed cloth, some exotic herbs. We'll pick up more cargo at each stop. My eyes aren't what they used to be, so another pair of them might be useful." Tyrion glanced over the list, forcing himself to appear calm. It was straightforward enough. A tally of items loaded in each wagon, a record of who owned which goods, and columns for sale price. "I'll do my best to keep it accurate." "See that you do," Duman muttered. "If we arrive in Sunspear missing a single crate, it comes out of our hide." Shay stepped closer. "Where do you need me?" Meryn eyed her. "We have a cook who handles basic meals for the guards and drivers. You can assist her, help pitch tents, wash clothes if needed. That kind of work." Shay nodded, relieved to have a defined role. "All right, mount up," Meryn said, motioning to a spare mule that was tied near the wagons. "We move out soon." Tyrion hesitated, recalling how ill at ease he was in a saddle, especially with his shorter legs. The idea of riding a mule through desert roads left him less than enthusiastic. But the alternative was to walk, which was hardly any better. He patted the mule's flank and hoisted himself into the saddle with some difficulty. Shay climbed up behind the supply wagon, where a second mule was tethered. Within the hour, the caravan rumbled out of the palisade gates, stirring a cloud of dust in its wake. Tyrion found himself riding near Duman, who occasionally barked instructions to the porters. Shay was somewhere near the rear with the cook, a stout woman called Oratha, who had given Shay a bundle of cooking utensils to manage. They left the settlement behind, forging southward across a rolling expanse of dry scrub and rocky outcrops. As the sun rose higher, the heat intensified, but at least they had a good supply of water and the relative safety of numbers. The guards, clad in light leathers, rode ahead and behind, scanning the terrain for threats. Meryn Ironwood led from the front, sitting tall in his saddle. Occasionally he would ride back to speak with Duman or check on some detail. Tyrion worked diligently, taking notes for Duman whenever goods changed hands, or if the caravan purchased additional supplies from local farmers along the way. They encountered a few scattered settlements, tiny clusters of huts, an occasional orchard fed by a hidden stream. At each stop, Duman would haggle for dry dates, olives, or goat's cheese, and Tyrion recorded the transactions. It was slow, methodical work, which gave him time to reflect on the precariousness of his position. He took care to avoid personal conversation with Duman or the others. The slightest slip might betray too much knowledge of King's Landing or the politics of the crown. Duman did ask, "Where did you learn your letters?" Tyrion answered with a cautious half-truth. "A minor lord near the Crownlands needed a scribe. I picked up what I could while in his service, though I left some time ago." Duman grunted, apparently satisfied. "As long as you can tally a column, that's all I need." Once, in the late afternoon of the second day of travel, the caravan halted in a shaded grove of tamarisk trees to rest the animals. Meryn approached Tyrion, dismounting in a fluid motion. He offered Tyrion a water skin, which Tyrion accepted gratefully. "How do you find the work so far?" Meryn asked, wiping sweat from his brow. "It's a relief to be traveling under protection, rather than alone in the desert," Tyrion replied. "Thank you for giving us this chance." Meryn shrugged. "You'll earn your keep, or you'll be left behind." So far, Duman hasn't complained, which is better than most. Tyrion ventured a faint smile. "May I ask how far we are from Sunspear?" "By this route, perhaps a fortnight," Meryn said, swinging his gaze around the grove. "We've a few stops yet, including a visit to God's Grace, where we hope to sell some dyed cloth. Then on to the Greenblood River, and down its course to Sunspear. If all goes well, we'll be there in 2 weeks." Tyrion nodded, impressed by how large and varied Dorne truly was. In King's Landing, many lords still thought of Dorne as mostly desert and scorching sun, forgetting the stretches of farmland and rivers in the region. "And do you hail from House Ironwood?" he asked carefully. Meryn eyed him. "I do, though I'm not the ruling lord. That title belongs to my uncle. I handle certain enterprises for our family. Enterprises such as caravans." "Indeed." He paused, then added quietly, I've traveled widely in these lands. I've seen many things. Sometimes travelers from the north think they can hide in Dorne. But word travels, even among the sands. His voice held a subtle undercurrent. Tyrion felt a tremor of unease. I imagine it does, he replied. Meryn nodded, studying him for a moment before turning to water his horse. The unspoken warning lingered in the air. Whether Meryn suspected Tyrion's true identity or merely wanted to remind him that secrets were hard to keep, Tyrion could not say. That night, they made camp near a shallow wadi with enough water for the animals to drink. Shae helped Ora the cook a simple meal of flatbread and lentils. Tyrion sat with the guards for supper, listening to their banter about bandit raids and the price of spices. Occasionally they tried to draw him into conversation, but he offered only neutral comments. When they finally bedded down, Tyrion and Shae shared a small tent, courtesy of Ora. In the darkness, Shae whispered, I think one of the guards recognizes you. Tyrion froze. Who? Why? She shifted on the rough bedroll. I'm not certain. One of them, the youngest, kept staring at me, then asked where I came from. I lied, said I was from a village near the Dornish marches. He nodded, but I could see the suspicion in his eyes. He asked if you were a distant relation of Lord Baelish's steward, or something like that. Tyrion grimaced. We must be careful. Shae leaned against him. I'm afraid, Tyrion. He felt her tremors, and he pressed his lips to her forehead. I'll watch him. We just have to make it to Sunspear. There, we might slip away if we sense danger. She nodded, but the tension lingered between them. Tyrion lay awake well into the night, every snap of a twig or rustle of wind setting his heart pounding. By day's light, they were on the move again, traveling across increasingly rugged terrain. The sun beat down mercilessly, but the guards were disciplined, pushing the wagons forward while scanning for any sign of danger. Every so often, Duman would call a halt to check the wheels or adjust the tarps covering the cargo. Tyrion would help where he could, then scrawl down notes in the ledger. Shae busied herself with the cook's tasks, handing out watered wine to the guards or slicing peppers for their evening meal. On the third day, as the caravan crested a rise overlooking a rocky plain, a shout went up from the lead guard. Riders, 5 or 6, coming from the west. In an instant, the guards were alert. Meryn spurred his horse to the front. Tyrion felt a jolt of panic. Bandits? Or something else? He urged his mule to the side of the wagons, trying to keep out of the line of fire should it come to that. The riders drew closer, their mounts kicking up dust. Tyrion could see that they wore mismatched leathers, some with scarves wrapped around their faces against the grit. Definitely not an organized house guard. Their leader, a broad man with a scar slashing across his nose, held up a hand in greeting, though the gesture felt perfunctory. Meryn rode forward to meet them. The rest of the caravan guards positioned themselves in a loose arc, bows ready. Tyrion counted 5 riders, each armed with swords, one with a crossbow. A tense hush fell. Greetings, Meryn said, voice carrying across the space. Are you friend or foe? The scarred man let out a low chuckle. That depends on your coin. We offer a trade levy for safe passage. Meryn's jaw tightened. There is no official levy in this region. Official or not, the man replied. You'll pay, or we'll have ourselves your wagons and goods. One of Meryn's guards let out a snarl. Meryn raised a hand, silencing him. How much? The scarred man tilted his head, eyeing the 3 wagons. 50 silver stags, or we can accept half your cargo. Your choice. A hush of indignation passed among the caravan. Duman swore under his breath. Tyrion's heart pounded. They had neither that much coin nor the inclination to hand over half their goods. But these bandits, if they were indeed simple brigands, might well outmatch the caravan if it came to open bloodshed. Meryn had around a dozen guards, the bandits only 5, but the bandits seemed confident. Possibly they had reinforcements nearby. Meryn glanced back at his men. Then he turned to the scarred man. 50 is absurd. We can pay you 10 silver stags and be done with it. The bandit's grin widened. 50 or we fight." A few of Meryn's guards drew their swords, muttering. Tyrion's mouth went dry, picturing the chaos of a clash here in the open. The caravanners might prevail, but at what cost? He wondered if he could do something, anything, to help. But he was no fighter. Then a thought struck him, words. Negotiation. He urged his mule forward a few paces. Ignoring the alarmed look Duman shot him. "My friend," Tyrion called out to the bandit. 50 silver stags is a steep sum, especially in these lean times, but perhaps you'd find more profit in a simpler arrangement. We have some fine spices and cloth you could sell at a high margin, items worth more than 50 stags if you have the right buyers. Let us make an offer." The scarred man's eyes flicked to Tyrion, taking in his dwarf stature and dusty clothes. "Who are you?" "Merely a scribe and negotiator," Tyrion said calmly. "But I can assure you you'll gain more if we trade goods in exchange for safe passage. A handful of spice barrels are easier to carry than sacks of coin, aren't they?" The man's expression shifted. He liked the idea of goods he could fence for a tidy profit, apparently. "Let's hear your offer." Tyrion forced a businesslike tone, hoping to conceal his trembling. 3 small barrels of saffron and 2 bolts of dyed linen. In total, they'd fetch at least 30 silver stags in the right market. But if you know the right buyer, you might double that. A hiss from Duman signaled his displeasure at the thought of losing so much cargo. But Tyrion pressed on. "You'll take these items and let us pass. No further harassment." The bandit leader considered. He glanced at his men, who nodded or shrugged. Finally, he turned back to Meryn. "Give us 4 barrels of saffron and 3 bolts of cloth. Then you can go your way." Meryn frowned, but Tyrion spoke first. "That's more than the entire saffron load we have." "Not possible. 3 barrels, no more. But we'll add 2 pouches of peppercorn to sweeten the pot." The bandit leader scratched at his scar. "Peppercorn, eh?" A smile tugged at his lips. "Done. Bring them forward, and we'll let you pass." Meryn shot Tyrion a sharp look, but there was an undeniable relief in his eyes that they might avoid a deadly skirmish. He turned to Duman. "Fetch what they want." Duman bristled but nodded, riding back to the wagons. In short order, 2 of the guards rolled out 3 small barrels sealed with wax, clearly marked with saffron stamping. They also brought a bolt of teal-dyed cloth and a bolt of deep crimson, as well as 2 sacks of peppercorn. The bandits watched warily, crossbow at the ready. 2 bolts, the leader reminded them. Tyrion dipped his head. "Of course." The caravan guards set the goods on the ground. The bandits dismounted, checked them, and seemed satisfied. The scarred man ran his hand over the bolt of crimson cloth, a greedy glint in his eyes. Then he motioned for his men to load the barrels and sacks onto their horses. "All right," he said. "Move along, but be warned. The painted desert is crawling with folks less friendly than us." He gave a short laugh, as though amused by his own generosity in not slaughtering them. Meryn did not dignify that with a response. The bandits mounted up and rode off, leaving the caravan to watch dust swirl in their wake. A long exhalation passed through the group. Then Duman rounded on Tyrion. "You gave them 2 entire bolts of cloth plus saffron and peppercorn? Do you realize how much that costs us?" Tyrion turned to face him. "Less than your lives. If we had refused, we'd be fighting them. We might have won or we might have died. Either way, we'd lose men and possibly more goods. Now we can continue, relatively unscathed." Duman sputtered, but Meryn intervened. "He's right, Duman. We lost a portion of our cargo, but we avoided a fight in the open. There could have been more bandits lurking." He shifted his gaze to Tyrion. "You spoke well. We live to trade another day." Tyrion offered a slight bow in the saddle, relief flooding him that the confrontation had not turned bloody. Better to keep some of our goods intact and carry on. They resumed travel, though the mood was grim. Tyrion felt the tension emanating from Duman, who continued muttering about the lost saffron. Even Shay gave Tyrion a worried look when he recounted the bandit standoff to her. But the caravan survived, pressing on across the desert, each day bringing them closer to the heart of Dorne. Within a week, They reached God's Grace, the seat of House Illyrian. The fortress town stood on the banks of the Scourge River, where lush farmland spread out in sharp contrast to the surrounding desert. Thick walls enclosed a community bustling with traders, farmers, and artisans. Here, the caravan could rest, resupply, and hopefully sell some goods for profit to recoup their losses. Tyrion was relieved to see real walls and the promise of fresh produce and perhaps a decently priced meal. But he kept his hood low, mindful that a larger town meant a greater chance of encountering someone who might recognize him. The wagon train rolled through the gates after paying a modest entrance fee, and soon they were ensconced in a busy marketplace square. "Unload what we mean to sell," Meryn commanded the guards. "Duman, see that we get stall space. Tyrion, Tytos, come with me. We'll see if any local factor wants to buy spices." Tyrion nodded, following Meryn through the throng. The square teemed with life. Merchants hawking pomegranates and lemons, weavers displaying bright Dornish carpets, blacksmiths bellowing for strong arms to help with forging. Over it all rose the stone towers of the Illyrian keep. A line of palm trees stood along a canal that fed into the river. Tyrion breathed in the sense of saffron, citrus, and sweat, marveling at how different this was from the reek of King's Landing. Meryn led him to a small warehouse near the eastern edge of the market, where a cloth merchant was examining bolts of dyed fabric. "This is Yavin," Meryn explained. "He sometimes buys from us." Yavin was a tall, thin man with a pointed beard. He greeted Meryn with cautious familiarity, then eyed Tyrion. "A new face." "My scribe," Meryn said dismissively. "He helps keep track of what's left of our goods." Yavin raised an eyebrow but turned his attention to Meryn. "You look short on saffron, my friend." "Bandits," Meryn grimaced. "Yes, we still have some left. We're also carrying pepper, coriander, a bit of rare Essosi turmeric." "Are you interested?" Yavin rubbed his chin. "Could be. Let me see the quality." Tyrion opened a sample barrel, letting Yavin scoop out a pinch of saffron threads. The merchant sniffed, rubbed the threads between his fingers, nodded thoughtfully. He asked about the peppercorn, then the turmeric. Tyrion answered each query with a calm precision, reciting quantities and possible uses. Finally, Yavin said, "I'll take half your remaining saffron, all of the turmeric, and 2 sacks of peppercorn." Meryn's eyes lit with interest. "At what price?" The bargaining began, with Yavin offering a low figure and Meryn countering with something higher. Tyrion assisted by highlighting the quality of the goods, the difficulty of obtaining them. Eventually they settled on a sum that Meryn deemed acceptable. Contract. Acts were scribbled on parchment, and Yavin handed over a pouch of coins, which Tyrion tallied in Duman's ledger. They spent hours in negotiations across different stalls, selling or trading spices for supplies. By the end, Tyrion felt drained, but at least he'd played a part in recouping some of the losses. When they returned to the caravan's wagons, Duman seemed a bit friendlier. He even grunted a thanks for Tyrion's help. Shay, meanwhile, had been helping Orra purchase fresh vegetables and dried fruit for the journey ahead. She told Tyrion about the variety of produce in the market: eggplants, figs, grapes, pomegranates. Her eyes shone with a bit of excitement at the novelty of it all. They settled in for the night at a small caravanserai outside the main gates. This was a place designed for travelers, with stables for animals, open-air stalls for cooking, and an inner courtyard where one could unroll bedrolls. Tyrion and Shay found a corner to themselves, trying not to stand out among the mix of traders, sellswords, and pilgrims. It was here, as Tyrion was quietly nibbling on a piece of flatbread, that he noticed a young man in a corner, staring at him. It was the same guard Shay had mentioned, the one with suspicious eyes. His name, Tyrion recalled, was Voss. He was slender, with short dark hair and an intensity about him that made Tyrion uneasy. Voss spoke to one of his companions, who glanced at Tyrion briefly, then shrugged. Tyrion forced himself to remain calm, but every nerve was on alert. If Voss had guessed who he was, Tyrion needed to be ready to act or to vanish. Later that evening, as the camp quieted, Tyrion excused himself from Shay under the pretext of fetching water from the well. He slipped through the courtyard's shadows, scanning for Voss. He found the guard standing near the stables, alone, leaning against a post. The man eyed him with what looked like mingled curiosity and caution. Tyrion took a deep breath, stepping closer. "Lovely evening," he said quietly. Voss didn't reply immediately, just studied Tyrion's face in the faint lantern glow. Then he spoke. "You handle yourself well in negotiations. For a simple scribe." Tyrion offered a small shrug. "I had a good teacher." Voss's jaw tightened. "My father was a sellsword in the Crownlands. I traveled with him sometimes before he died. I saw many lords, many courtiers. Some dwarfs too, though not often. But I recall one in particular, one who advised the king himself." His gaze bored into Tyrion. "That dwarf looked much like you." Tyrion's heart pounded in his throat. "Many dwarfs look alike, do they not?" he replied, forcing a casual tone. Voss let out a soft scoff. "When the rumors of a dwarf Lannister come south, people talk. They say he killed his father and his sister. Some claim he's a monster, others that he's cunning as a fox." Tyrion felt the sting of sweat on his brow. "Rumors. I've heard them too." Voss took a step closer. "If you are Tyrion Lannister, there's a hefty bounty, enough to set a man up with land, women, a life of ease. But I've also heard you have a talent for negotiations." Tyrion understood the implication. This guard was considering turning him in, but if the guard could be swayed by something else, gold or some promise, perhaps he'd keep quiet. "If I were Tyrion Lannister," Tyrion said slowly, "then perhaps I'd remind you that the Lannisters are not the only ones with deep pockets. Others might pay for secrets, or one might profit in ways that don't involve delivering a man to his death." Voss's eyes flickered. "And what would you pay?" Tyrion steadied his voice. "I have little coin right now, but if we reach Sunspear, I might contact certain friends. Or we might find ways to enrich both of us. If you were so inclined." A tense silence. Then Voss folded his arms. "You're saying you'd make it worth my while to keep your secret?" Tyrion nodded, hoping it would be enough. "I can't do that if I'm taken to King's Landing in chains." Voss tapped a finger against the stable post. "You may be worth more to me alive than dead. But if you try to slip away from the caravan before we reach Sunspear, I might decide to collect the bounty instead." Tyrion exhaled slowly. At least that was not an immediate threat. "We'll reach Sunspear together then," he said, "and you can see what opportunities arise. You won't regret it." Voss snorted. "I'd better not." He pushed off the post and walked away into the darkness, leaving Tyrion with the sense that he had, at best, earned a temporary reprieve. With a heavy heart, Tyrion returned to Shay, who sat in the corner they'd claimed, fiddling with the ties of her cloak. She looked up, worry etched on her face. "What happened?" he sighed, settling beside her. "Voss knows or strongly suspects. I've bought us time. If we can reach Sunspear, perhaps we can slip away before he decides it's more profitable to turn me in." Her hand trembled in his. "What do we do if he tries sooner?" Tyrion grimaced. "Pray he doesn't. And stay alert." They sat in silence, each lost in fearful thoughts. That night, Tyrion lay awake, listening to the snores and soft murmurs of the caravanners around them. The desert sky overhead was brilliant with stars, as though mocking him with their distant serenity. 2 days later, the caravan rolled out of God's Grace, following the Scourge River downstream for several leagues before veering onto a dusty road that cut across a plateau. Voss kept his distance from Tyrion, but Tyrion caught him watching now and then. The knowledge that his fate rested in the guard's hands gnawed at him. If Voss demanded more immediate payment, Tyrion had nothing to offer. But perhaps the promise of future riches or alliances in Sunspear would suffice a while longer. The rest of the caravan seemed unaware of this tension, focusing instead on the challenges of travel and trade. They stopped at minor villages along the route, dealing in small amounts of dried fruit or local crafts. The terrain began to change again, featuring more stony plains and fewer rolling dunes. They glimpsed the distant silhouettes of small mountain ridges, a sign that they were nearing the Greenblood River's winding path. On the 8th day after leaving God's Grace, they reached the banks of the Greenblood, a wide river lined with reeds and willows. The water shimmered under the midday sun, a welcome sight after days of dusty roads. Several flat-bottomed boats plied the river, carrying goods to and from Sunspear. This region was known for the orphan communities who lived in boats along the Greenblood, folk who traced their ancestry back to the Rhoynar that followed Princess Nymeria centuries past. Tyrion gazed at the boats with fascination. Some were little more than rafts, others wide barges that served as floating homes. The caravan halted at a dockside settlement where goods could be transferred to river transport for a swifter journey downstream. Meryn Ironwood arranged for a large barge that could carry most of the wagon cargo. The wagons themselves would remain behind, sold to local buyers or left for future caravans. That night, as the cargo was loaded and the caravanners set up camp near the docks, Tyrion found himself standing at the river's edge, watching the sunset glint on the water. Shae joined him, slipping an arm around his waist. "Beautiful," she murmured. He nodded, trying to find a shred of peace in the scene. But he was reminded that once they were on the river, they would be in even closer proximity to their companions, and to Voss. If Voss decided the time was right to collect a bounty, it might be simpler to do so at the next major riverside town. Shae must have sensed his unease. "We'll figure something out," she whispered, leaning her head on his shoulder. Somehow, in the days that followed, they drifted down the Greenblood on the barge, along with Meryn, Duman, Voss, and half a dozen other guards. The rest of the caravanners had scattered or chosen alternate routes. The barge's operators were a family of orphans of the Greenblood, dark-haired, copper-skinned folk who treated the river with near reverence. They lived in a small cabin at the barge's stern, cooking simple meals of fish stew, often chanting or singing in a language Tyrion did not fully recognize, likely a remnant of Rhoynish. The journey was smoother than rattling in a wagon over uneven roads, but it presented new challenges. The midday sun still blazed, reflecting off the water, and the barge had no canopy except for a small sail that was often furled to avoid strong winds. Everyone crowded under tarps or cloaks trying to avoid heatstroke. Tyrion spent hours each day going over Duman's ledgers, making sure the item counts matched what was loaded on the barge. Shae helped Oritha and the boat family with cooking and cleaning. Voss remained in the background, offering the occasional cold stare that set Tyrion's nerves on edge. At night, they moored the barge along the riverbank or a makeshift dock, depending on what settlements were available. They rarely encountered more than a few fishermen or orchard workers. The orphans of the Greenblood offered them hospitality, sharing bread and fish spiced with local herbs, and singing softly in Rhoynish around a driftwood fire. It should have felt peaceful. Instead, Tyrion could not relax, always aware of the sword hanging over him. On the 5th day of river travel, they saw the spires of Sunspear rising in the distance, faint and shimmering in the heat haze. The boat family pointed and spoke with excitement. Sunspear was their final destination, the heart of Dorne and seat of House Martell. Tyrion's pulse quickened. If they could make it into the city and slip away from Meryn, Duman, and Voss, they might vanish among the winding alleys of the capital. Or, if Myra's letter was real, they might find someone in House Martell's orbit who would help them flee Westeros entirely. That evening, they moored in a small harbor just west of the city, waiting for morning light to enter Sunspear's bustling docks. The spires gleamed in the sunset, orange and gold reflecting on the water. Tyrion stood at the barge's railing, feeling a mix of relief and dread. Dorne had been their refuge, but now that they were so close to the seat of power, it might just as easily be their doom if the Martells decided turning him in was more beneficial than sheltering him. Shae joined him at the railing, her gaze traveling over the city's walls and towers. "Tomorrow we'll be inside Sunspear." "Yes," Tyrion said, swallowing. "And we must decide what to do. Do we present Myra's letter to some official? Or do we vanish into the city's back alleys? We have so little coin left." Shae frowned. If Myra was telling the truth, that letter might help. But who do we even give it to? The letter said something about a contact in House Martell's service, but it wasn't explicit. "We don't have a name." Tyrion grimaced. "We could ask around discreetly, but if we approach the wrong person, we risk exposing ourselves." Shay leaned her head against him. "Whatever we do, we must get away from Voss. Yes, he's grown bolder, staring at me openly. If he tries anything in the city..." Tyrion's mind churned. "We must slip away at the docks or as soon as we land. Perhaps we'll claim we're heading to a certain warehouse to gather additional cargo. Then we disappear into the crowd." They hashed out a plan in whispers. Upon arrival, they would wait for a moment when Meryn and Duman were distracted with the docking process. Then Tyrion and Shay would quietly gather their small pack and move off the barge with the flow of cargo. Once on the docks, they'd lose themselves among the laborers. If Voss tried to stop them, they would run. The night passed in a haze of tension. Tyrion slept in snatches, the gently rocking barge doing little to soothe his raw nerves. By dawn, they were all up, preparing for the final leg. The boat family hoisted their sail to catch the morning breeze, guiding the barge through the broad harbor that spread before Sunspear's high, sandy-colored walls. Dozens of ships crowded the piers, cogs, galleys, smaller fishing vessels. Flags of various kingdoms and merchant houses fluttered, turning the harbor into a riot of color. Tyrion spotted a few banners he recognized. The golden rose of Highgarden on a Tyrell ship, the triple spiral of House Euler on a smaller vessel, the Braavosi purple hull on a sleek galley. The smells of salt air, tar, and fish guts merged in a potent swirl. They drifted into a free berth, guided by shouts from dockworkers. Meryn and Duman stepped forward to oversee the unloading, while the orphans guided the barge to rest alongside the wharf. The ramp was lowered. Dozens of men bustled aboard to carry crates. Tyrion took Shay's hand, pulling her closer as the chaos began. Meryn said, "Duman, check that everything is unloaded carefully. I'll go speak to the harbor master about our cargo fees." Voss hung back, scanning the crowd. Tyrion felt the guard's gaze flick over him, then shift away when Duman barked his name. Voss hesitated before joining Duman to help direct the cargo men. Tyrion seized the moment. He tapped Shay's arm. "Now," he murmured. She gave a quick nod. They slipped to the far side of the barge, where a cluster of dockworkers was hefting barrels onto their shoulders. Tyrion waited until their path to the ramp was clear, then ducked behind a stack of crates, guiding Shay after him. The men ahead trudged down the ramp, and Tyrion and Shay followed, matching their pace, heads down. Sweat beaded on Tyrion's brow as he glanced back. Voss was busy loading barrels at the opposite side, Duman perched on the barge's rail shouting instructions. Meryn was nowhere in sight. Tyrion's heart pounded as they neared the dock, stepping onto solid ground. The swirl of shouting, clanking chains, and seagull cries surrounded them. They moved to the left, out of the line of workers weaving through piles of rope and netting. No one seemed to notice them in the throng. "Keep going," Tyrion whispered, pressing Shay's hand. She followed, eyes darting. They passed a group of merchants haggling over fish, then skirted around a donkey cart laden with pungent sacks. At any moment, Tyrion feared he would hear Voss's shout or see Meryn's face in the crowd. But the docks were a hive of frantic activity, and Tyrion and Shay were simply two more strangers. Soon, they reached a row of warehouses fronting the quay, each with an open loading area. Tyrion led Shay behind the nearest one, where the noise of the harbor receded slightly. Only then did he exhale, adrenaline flooding out of him. They were free from the caravan, for the moment at least. Shay's eyes shone with relief. Now what? Tyrion glanced around. The alley behind the warehouse was relatively quiet, save for a few barrels stacked against the walls. A pair of ragged children played with a stray cat near the corner. "We find a place to hide, or at least to regroup. Then we consider how to use Myra's letter. Or we search for a ship to Essos, though we've almost no coin for passage." Shay nodded. "Let's keep moving. If Voss or Meryn realize we're gone, they might start searching the docks." They slipped along the alley, emerging onto a narrow street lined with taverns, brothels, and cheap lodging houses catering to sailors. The mingled scents of ale, fried fish, and sewage made Tyrion wrinkle his nose. Hawkers called out for passers-by to sample their spice skewers or mulled wine. Overhead, from the city walls, Dornish banners of red sunbursts on gold fluttered in the breeze. Tyrion paused at an intersection, scanning for a sign that might hint at lodging they could afford. One particularly seedy-looking tavern had a scrawled sign reading the SEA Scorpion in chipped paint. A handful of unsavory figures lounged outside. Another door bore only an image of a palm tree and a pair of crossed spears, with muffled music emanating from within. "We need somewhere discreet," Tyrion muttered, "but not so disreputable that we'll be robbed in our sleep." Shay sighed. Hard to do with hardly any coin. They drifted further into the maze of streets. At one corner, a young man in a threadbare jerkin stood under a battered sign that read the Sandpiper. He called out to them in a bored tone, "Looking for rooms? We have 2 coppers a night bunks." Tyrion exchanged a look with Shay. They had enough for a night or 2, maybe, but that was a bunk, likely in a shared dormitory. Not ideal, but at least it wasn't out on the street. And if this place catered to sailors and travelers, no one would question them too closely. They nodded to the young man who led them inside. The Sandpiper's interior was dim and cramped. A single large common room with hammocks strung along one wall. A narrow hallway led to a few private cubicles. The smell of unwashed bodies hung in the air, and the floor was sticky underfoot. Tyrion nearly turned around on the spot, but the young man, who introduced himself as Garrus, quoted the cheap price again, and desperation won out. 2 coppers for 1 hammock or 4 coppers for a small private cubicle, Garrus said, pointing to the hallway. "We don't do refunds." Tyrion felt the weight of his near-empty coin pouch. "We'll take the cubicle for 1 night, he said. Shay gave him a hesitant look, but Tyrion offered a reassuring nod. "Better than the open common room." He handed over the coins, and Garrus led them to a tiny room no larger than a closet. It held a pallet of straw, an oil lamp, and a single small trunk for belongings. The walls were so thin that Tyrion could hear someone coughing in the next cubicle. The smell of stale sweat lingered, but it was at least marginally private. Once Garrus left, Shay sat on the pallet, wrinkling her nose. "This is dreadful," Tyrion sighed, leaning against the wall. "Aye, but it's a roof. We'll manage for tonight. Then we'll figure out a next step." She nodded, toying with the edge of her sleeve. "So, Myra's letter. Do we try to find someone in House Martell?" Tyrion pulled the parchment from his pack. It was a plain piece of paper, with a cryptic note referencing our mutual friend and requesting the courtesy of a meeting to discuss the future of Westeros. It bore an unfamiliar sigil in faint ink, a stylized sun and spear design, but not quite the Martell official crest. Possibly it was some lesser branch or a clandestine group. Tyrion frowned. "I can't waltz up to Prince Doran Martell's palace gates and demand an audience." Myra implied we should present this letter to someone in the Martell household. "But who?" Shay shrugged. "Could we ask around for rumors of a secret society or something like that?" Tyrion let out a tight laugh. "Yes, let's go to the marketplace and inquire if anyone knows of a hidden conspiracy linked to House Martell. That won't raise eyebrows at all." He shook his head. If Myra was an agent of Varys or some other spymaster, we might be dealing with layers of subterfuge. A soft knock at the cubicle door made them both jump. Tyrion quickly hid the letter under his cloak and reached for the small dagger at his belt. "Yes," he called. "Apologies," came Garrus's voice. "Just wanted to let you know a meal's included if you want it, bread and fish stew. Not much, but it's something." Tyrion exhaled, slipping the dagger back. "Yes, thank you. We'll be out shortly." The footsteps receded. Shay let out a trembling sigh. "I'm too on edge." Tyrion squeezed her hand. "We'll eat, then we'll rest. Tomorrow we can explore the city discreetly. See if we can glean some hint of whom to approach. If that fails, we might seek out a smuggler's ship. There are always unscrupulous captains who'll take a passenger for the right price." Shay nodded, though she looked uncertain. "Where would we go? Bravos? Or Pentos or Volantis? Anywhere we can vanish. Start anew." A flicker of sorrow tugged at him. He had never truly wished to leave Westeros forever, but he saw no viable path for him here now. Once, he had imagined earning respect from his family, from the court. That dream was long dead. They ate the meager stew in the tavern's smoky common room, surrounded by drunken sailors and cheap whores. Tyrion tried to appear relaxed, though he occasionally glanced over his shoulder, half expecting to see Voss or another caravan guard bursting through the door. But the only threat here was the possibility of being pickpocketed. After the meal, they returned to the stifling cubicle and managed a fitful sleep. The next morning, they set out into the city with the plan of gleaning information. Tyrion wore a simple hooded cloak, while Shae bound her hair up, hoping to look less conspicuous. The day was bright, the air hot, but the sea breeze mitigated some of the heat. They strolled through the winding streets of Sunspear's old city, lined with pale stone buildings and narrow alleys that seemed to twist in all directions. Balconies hung with colorful fabrics overhead. The smell of salt mingled with spiced confections sold by street vendors. They passed the imposing sandship, the ancient seat of House Martell, though they remained at a respectful distance. Dornish guards in the Martell livery stood at the gates, halberds in hand. Tyrion couldn't risk approaching them outright. Instead, he and Shae made their way to a bustling bazaar nearby, hoping that in the swirl of merchants and exotic goods, they might find a whisper of how to contact someone from the palace. Tyrion browsed stalls selling saffron, dried fish, hammered copper trinkets, date wine. He listened intently to the chatter around him, occasionally striking up a conversation with a vendor. He feigned an interest in local politics, asking if the prince was in residence, if there were any special festivities. Most were happy to gossip about the Martell Circle. Prince Doran was said to reside mostly at the Water Gardens these days, away from the city. Princess Arianne, his daughter, sometimes oversaw palace functions. There was talk of tensions with certain houses, rumors of the death of Cersei Lannister, and speculation about how that might impact the Dornish position in the realm. Tyrion's stomach tightened whenever he heard mention of Cersei. The news had indeed traveled far. Some whispered it was Tyrion Lannister, the kinslayer, who had done the deed. Others claimed it was a faceless man from Braavos, hired by the Tyrells. The rumor mill thrived. In one shadowy corner of the bazaar, Tyrion spotted a small shop displaying unusual sigils and rare tomes. A stooped old man presided, wearing a tattered vest. Tyrion felt a pull. This might be the sort of place frequented by those seeking arcane knowledge or quiet counsel. Possibly the proprietor knew more about the circles in which Myra's letter might find acceptance. He guided Shae inside. The shop was cramped, smelling of dusty parchment and old incense. The old man blinked at them through thick spectacles. Looking for something? Tyrion cleared his throat, carefully removing the letter from a hidden pocket. A friend gave me this. She said it might lead me to allies here in Sunspear, but we're not sure who to approach. He unfolded the parchment, revealing the faint sun and spear symbol in the corner. Does this mean anything to you? The old man adjusted his spectacles, squinting at the letter. He ran a gnarled finger over the symbol. Curious. It looks like the Martell sigil, but stylized, possibly referencing an old lineage or a private group. Where did you get this? Tyrion kept his answer vague. From someone who said we might find an ally if we present it to the right person. The proprietor shrugged. I've seen variations of the Martell sigil used by, let's say, certain groups who style themselves Patriots of Dorne, secret societies, rebellious circles. But I do not know the specifics. Tyrion frowned. Any idea where such individuals gather? A cryptic smile tugged at the old man's lips. Not in open markets, that's for certain. They prefer privacy, wine sinks, back rooms of certain taverns, perhaps even gatherings in the lesser halls near the old palace. You might inquire around those districts, but be careful. People asking the wrong questions can disappear. Tyrion nodded, slipping the letter away. Thank you. Shae looked uneasy as they left the shop, stepping back into the swirling heat of the bazaar. Secret societies? We could be here forever, searching blindly. True, Tyrion admitted, Perhaps we should focus on booking passage overseas. Shay sighed, gazing at the bright tapestries hung from the walls overhead. We can't do that without coin. Maybe we could sell the letter. Tyrion shook his head. I doubt we'd find a buyer, and even if we did, we don't know if it's valuable. Myra seemed genuine enough that this letter was meant to lead us to help, but we're missing the key. They wandered deeper into the bazaar, eventually arriving at a quieter district near a fountain. Tall date palms provided some shade, and vendors sold cooled beverages of lemon and mint. Tyrion bought 2 cups with the last of his coppers, sighing at how little remained. They were sipping the tart, refreshing drink when Shay stiffened. She gripped Tyrion's arm and nodded toward a figure entering the plaza. Voss. He wore a simple tunic, but Tyrion recognized the man's posture instantly. Voss scanned the crowd, his hand resting on the hilt of a short sword. Tyrion's breath caught. Damn, he whispered. He must have tracked us. Quick, this way. They slipped behind a fruit stall, using the swirl of the crowd as cover. Voss continued to weave among the shoppers, pausing to peer at faces, occasionally stopping someone to ask a question. Tyrion guessed the guard was showing a description or perhaps even a rough drawing. Shay and Tyrion hurried to exit the plaza, ducking down a side street. They passed a pair of startled children playing with a hoop, then turned a corner into an alley that snaked between high walls. The stench of rotting produce clung to the air. We should circle back to the Sandpiper, grab what little we have and find a new place, Shay muttered. He'll look for us there eventually. Tyrion nodded. Yes, but let's be sure he's not on our tail. They crept along the alley, emerging onto another lane. The city was a labyrinth of close-packed buildings, but if Voss had asked around at the taverns or lodging houses, he might be closing in. Time was short. They made it back to the Sandpiper by late afternoon, hearts pounding at every glimpse of a suspicious figure. Thankfully, there was no sign of Voss in or near the dingy tavern. Garrus barely looked up when they went to their cubicle to retrieve their meager belongings. Within minutes, they slipped out again, leaving behind the stale straw pallet. We need a safer hideout, Tyrion murmured as they emerged onto the street. I doubt there's such a thing, Shay said in a low voice, unless we get to the palace or out of the city. Tyrion blew out a breath, scanning the narrow roadway. The weight of the letter in his pocket pressed on his mind. Myra had said they might find help within House Martell's circle. With Voss prowling the streets, perhaps they were out of time for subtlety. Let's try the old palace district, he said. We'll see if any building or guard recognizes this symbol. It's a long shot, but we have nothing else. Shay nodded, though her eyes glimmered with apprehension. They crossed the city, sticking to less crowded back lanes. The old palace district was a section of Sunspear known for ancient structures that predated the current Martell seat. Some buildings were in disrepair, while others had been converted into lesser administrative offices or event halls. Tyrion's plan was half-formed. Find a guard or functionary who might see the letter, recognize its significance, and escort them to whomever Myra intended. But it was fraught with risk. If the guard was loyal to the official Martell line, they might turn Tyrion in. The old palace corridors were relatively quiet in the late afternoon. The high walls of sun-bleached stone cast long shadows on the courtyards. A few robed officials hurried past, carrying scrolls. Birds nested in the cracks of the ancient battlements overhead. Tyrion felt a pang of unease. This area was more heavily patrolled by Martell guards. At length, they came upon a stone archway leading to a small courtyard. Beyond stood a lesser hall, its doors wide open, revealing a tiled floor and the flicker of torchlight within. 2 guards in Martell livery stood outside. Tyrion swallowed. It's now or never, he murmured to Shay. We approach with caution. She nodded, tense. They stepped forward, trying to appear calm. The guards regarded them with open suspicion, hands on spear shafts. One spoke, "State your business." Tyrion drew the letter from his cloak. We were told to present this to someone in House Martell's service. We mean no harm. He offered the parchment, carefully turning it so the stylized sun and spear symbol was visible. The guard's brows rose slightly, and he exchanged a look with his partner. Then he nodded sharply. "Inside," he said, stepping aside. "Wait in the hall." Tyrion and Shae moved into the hall, a large space with a vaulted ceiling decorated by fading murals. Benches lined the walls, and a single dais stood at the far end, currently empty. A scattering of servants bustled through, carrying linens or wooden crates. None paid much attention to the newcomers, though a few cast curious glances. After a moment, an older woman in deep red robes approached, flanked by the guard who had taken the letter. She was tall and spare, her graying hair pulled back in a severe bun. She took the parchment from the guard's hand, studying it, then looked at Tyrion. "Where did you get this?" Tyrion forced an even tone. "A woman named Myra said we should bring it here. She claimed it would gain us aid." The woman's gaze was icy. "What do you want?" Tyrion swallowed. "Protection or a means to leave Westeros. We are exiles of a sort." "Exiles," the woman repeated, her eyes narrowing. "This symbol is not commonly used. You must understand that if you've come here under false pretenses, the penalty is severe." Shae stiffened beside him, but Tyrion inclined his head respectfully. "We have no false intent. Myra helped us flee from the Crownlands. She said her organization or network might call on me one day in return, that I carried a debt. Right now, all we seek is passage or refuge." The woman studied the letter again, lips pursed. Finally, she nodded. "I know of Myra. She is part of a covert circle that works for the betterment of Dorne and the realm. She has strange connections." She signaled the guard. "Take them to the side chamber. I will speak with them privately." The guard gestured for Tyrion and Shae to follow. They were led to a smaller room off the main hall, lit by lanterns. A long table dominated the space, flanked by heavy chairs. Tyrion's pulse raced. Was this a trap? But the woman followed them inside, closing the door. She turned to the guard. "Remain outside. Do not let anyone in." "Yes, Lady Perina," he said, stepping out and shutting the door behind him. Now alone, the woman, Perina, regarded Tyrion and Shae with cool precision. "Myra rarely sends people our way unless they are of some significance. Who are you, truly?" Tyrion hesitated, then realized he might gain more by revealing the truth than by continuing a lie. "I am Tyrion of House Lannister," he said quietly, watching her reaction. Her eyes widened a fraction, but she gave no outward gasp. "The Kinslayer." Tyrion flinched. "Yes, and I have reason to fear for my life." She regarded him a moment longer, then nodded slowly. "I see. Myra must have her reasons. She once told me you were different from the rest of your family." He allowed himself a bitter laugh. "Not that different, it seems. I've killed enough of them." Perina pursed her lips but did not dwell on his words. "Dorne has no love for the Lannisters, as you are surely aware. Yet Myra apparently wishes you spared, or used for some purpose. What do you intend to do if I grant you sanctuary?" Tyrion took a moment to breathe. "We want to escape Westeros. If that's not possible, then at least we want a place to hide from those who would kill us. My sister." His voice faltered briefly, remembering Cersei's lifeless stare. "My sister was powerful, and though she's gone, others loyal to her or to my family may still seek my head." Perina tapped a finger on the table, deep in thought. "Prince Doran is a careful man. He will not openly harbor a fugitive of the crown. But Dorne is vast. There are places one can hide, or we might arrange discreet passage to Essos." Shae's expression brightened at the mention of passage. Tyrion felt a surge of relief. "If you can arrange that for us, I would be in your debt and Myra's. I swear, I'll repay that debt if ever called upon." Perina's gaze was sharp. "We may indeed call upon you. Myra was clear that you possess knowledge that could be valuable, should the realm descend further into chaos. But for now, I will not pry. There is another complication. Word has reached us that one of your former associates has arrived in Sunspear, searching for a dwarf matching your description. A man named Voss. Tyrion's blood ran cold. He's here. We saw him at the bazaar. Indeed, he has petitioned local officials for assistance in locating you, claiming you are a thief and a murderer, though he does not openly name you as Tyrion Lannister. It seems he wants to collect the bounty discreetly, without drawing House Martell's direct involvement. Our people have kept him at bay so far, but he grows bolder. Shay pressed a hand to her mouth, anxiety etched on her face. Perina sighed. We have an outpost near the harbor where certain goods pass unnoticed. I can arrange for you to be placed on a ship bound for Pentos in 2 days' time. You will remain hidden in the interim. The crossing will not be comfortable, but it will be secure. Once in Pentos, we have connections who can help you. Tyrion bowed his head, gratitude welling up despite his fear. Thank you. Truly. I never imagined Dorne would be so generous. Generosity has its price, Perina said quietly. We do this because Myra believes you may be of use to us someday, and because we prefer to have the Lannisters indebted to us rather than see them tighten their hold on the Iron Throne. You must promise that if we call on you, you will respond. I promise, Tyrion said, trying to sound resolute. Very well. Now come. I will see you to a safe house. They left the side chamber, flanked by the guard. The rest of the hall bustled, but no one spared Tyrion and Shay more than a passing glance. Perina guided them through a side exit into a narrow courtyard, then along a walled corridor that led to a stable yard. 2 horses stood ready, held by another guard who wore no obvious livery. Perina handed Tyrion the reins to one, and Shay mounted the other. You'll ride with Rhaenys, Perina told them, gesturing to the guard. He will take you to a discreet residence on the outskirts of the city. Remain there until we send word. Tyrion nodded, noticing how quickly these arrangements had been made, suggesting Perina commanded a well-organized network. Thank you again. She inclined her head. We serve Dorne's interest. Remember your vow. With that, Rhaenys spurred his horse, leading them through a back gate and onto a quiet lane. They wound through less traveled streets, Tyrion and Shay keeping their hoods low, until they reached a modest villa near the southwestern edge of Sunspear. It stood behind high walls with a simple iron gate. Inside, the courtyard was filled with lemon trees and a small fountain. A woman in plain clothing appeared, offering a polite smile. I am Janice. I will see to your needs until you depart. Rhaenys dismounted. Stay inside, he advised Tyrion and Shay. Voss is still searching. Here you'll be shielded. They nodded. He remounted and rode off, leaving them with Janice in the tranquil courtyard. She showed them to a small pair of rooms that opened onto a shaded veranda. Compared to the Sandpiper, it was lavish, clean beds with fresh linens, pitchers of cool water, a basin for washing. Tyrion nearly sank to his knees in relief. Shay's eyes were wide as she took in the comfortable surroundings. This is more than I expected. Tyrion set down their small pack on the bed. Dorne's subtlety never ceases to surprise me. Janice, hovering by the door, said, I'll bring you food shortly. If you need anything, knock on the door across the courtyard. Please remain within these walls. We have watchers on the rooftops ensuring no one enters without permission. She departed, leaving them alone. Shay moved to the open window, gazing at the lemon trees. We're safe for now. For now, Tyrion echoed, sinking onto the bed with a shuddering breath. We'll sail to Pentos in 2 days. Then we start again. She turned to look at him, a shadow of sadness in her eyes. All the blood, all the pain, behind us or always following. Tyrion laced his fingers together in his lap, looking at the floor. I suspect it will follow no matter how far we sail, but at least we'll be alive to face it. Shay crossed the room, sitting beside him. She placed her hand on his cheek, gently turning his face toward hers. You're a good man, Tyrion, or as good as this world allows. Don't forget that. He closed his eyes, recalling Cersei's final moments, the guilt and the rage that had led him here. I hope you're right, he whispered. They embraced in silence, the only sound the trickle of the courtyard fountain, a quiet symphony of water against stone. Beyond these walls, the city teemed with intrigue and danger, but for the moment, in this hidden sanctuary, they could breathe. That evening, Janice brought them a simple but delicious meal of grilled fish, olives, and fresh bread. Tyrion ate sparingly, his stomach still knotted with tension, but Shae devoured hers. Afterward, they bathed for the first time in weeks, washing away layers of desert dust and fear. Shae helped Tyrion rinse his hair, gentle fingers combing through the tangles. It was almost intimate, almost peaceful. Night fell and the air cooled. The lemon trees rustled in a faint breeze. Tyrion and Shae found themselves lying on the bed in the small bedroom, the lamp turned low. For a long time, neither spoke. When Shae finally broke the hush, it was with a trembling question. "Do you regret it?" Tyrion knew what she meant. He stared at the ceiling, the flicker of lamplight dancing over the plaster. "Sometimes I do," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "Killing her, it unleashed everything. But other times I wonder if I had any choice. She was set on destroying me. Maybe we were fated to clash." Shae slid closer, resting her head on his chest. "I'm sorry it had to be so horrible." He wrapped an arm around her, recalling the softness of the woman he'd once believed he could protect. "I am too," he murmured. "But we'll keep going. In Pentos, perhaps we'll find a life where no one cares about Lannister feud. Or crowns." She nodded against him, and they drifted into a fragile sleep. 2 days passed in that villa, during which they saw no visitors except Janice, who brought meals and fresh linens. She confirmed that Perina had arranged their passage on a Pentoshi merchant ship departing at dawn on the 3rd day. They would be smuggled aboard as servants of a minor Dornish noble traveling to Essos. Voss's search continued in the city, but there were rumors he was growing frustrated and might soon depart. On the 2nd evening, as they sat in the courtyard sipping watered wine, Janice arrived with a note sealed with a plain wax stamp. She handed it to Tyrion. "From Perina," she said simply. Tyrion broke the seal. The note was brief. "They have found your location. We will move you tonight. Prepare at once. P." Tyrion felt a jolt of alarm. "They've found us," he said aloud. Shae's face paled. Janice nodded soberly. "A rider came with that message. Pack your things. I'll lead you to a safer route to the docks." They hurried to gather the few items they had, barely more than a change of clothes and the letter from Myra, which Tyrion still kept as a reminder of his debt. Within minutes, Janice was escorting them through a side gate that opened onto a narrow back alley. Night had settled, the sky dotted with stars. Torches flickered at street corners. "Quickly," Janice urged, her voice low. "We have a carriage waiting at the corner. It will take you to the waterfront, where Perina arranged a boat to ferry you to the ship." They followed her, hearts pounding. Ahead, a small enclosed carriage stood, drawn by a single horse. A hooded driver sat up front, reins in hand. Tyrion helped Shae into the carriage, then climbed in after her, while Janice closed the door behind them. Through the window, Tyrion saw her give the driver a curt nod before vanishing back into the darkness. The carriage lurched forward, wheels rattling on the cobblestones. Tyrion peered out the tiny window, catching glimpses of tall buildings and narrow alleys. The city seemed eerily quiet at this hour, save for the occasional bark of a dog or the distant laughter from a tavern. Shae clutched his hand, eyes wide. After several tense minutes, the carriage entered a less populated area near the wharves. The salty tang in the air grew stronger. They could hear the creaking of ships and the murmur of waves against the piers. The driver brought the carriage to a halt behind a row of warehouses. Tyrion could see the harbor's lanterns across the water. "All out," the driver said curtly. They obeyed, stepping onto the damp cobblestones. A slender man emerged from the shadows, lantern in hand. "You're Tyrion and Shae?" he asked. At Tyrion's nod, the man said, "Follow me." He led them down a narrow quay, where a small skiff bobbed gently. Another figure waited there, cloaked, pushing the boat away from the dock to keep it from bumping too loudly. Tyrion and Shae climbed in, holding their breath. The two men settled on either end of the skiff, each taking an oar. With swift, silent strokes, they guided the boat away from the pier and out into the harbor. Tyrion's heart hammered. Had Voss discovered the villa? Would the guard appear on the docks with soldiers at any moment? The city's lights receded behind them, a patchwork of lantern glow against the dark silhouette of walls and towers. The water lapped at the skiff, each stroke of the oars echoing across the bay. Farther out, a shadowy shape loomed, a mid-sized merchant ship at anchor. A single lantern hung from its sternpost. Tyrion recognized the lines of a pentoshi cog, broader in the beam for carrying cargo. The skiff angled toward it. As they neared, a rope ladder was lowered over the side, and a man's voice murmured, "Hurry!" Tyrion gestured for Shae to go first, steadying the ladder for her. She climbed carefully, the small boat rocking beneath her. Once she reached the ship's rail, Tyrion followed, his legs shaking with effort. The men in the skiff said nothing further, pushing off to vanish back into the night. On deck, a sailor with a thick beard nodded curtly, motioning them to follow. He led them below, down a short companionway to a cramped cabin lit by a single lantern. Wooden crates lined the walls, and the musty scent of rope and sea salt filled the air. Another man, possibly the captain, stood waiting, tall, with a scar across his chin and pentoshi-style clothing. "You are the cargo from Dorne," he said in accented common tongue. "We sail with the tide. You will stay below, out of sight. I have been paid for your silence." Tyrion swallowed. "Understood. Thank you." The captain flicked a glance at them. "Thank the ones who paid. Not me. If anyone asks, your deckhands, though I doubt they will. We put out to sea in an hour." With that, he left, and the bearded sailor shut the cabin door. Tyrion and Shae stood alone in the cramped, lantern-lit space, hearts pounding with disbelief and relief. They were on a pentoshi ship, moments from leaving Westeros behind. Shae sank onto a small crate, exhaling shakily. "We did it." Tyrion set down the pack, leaning against the wall. "Yes," he whispered, though a swirl of emotions gripped him. He was leaving his homeland, likely forever, after committing the unthinkable act of killing his sister. He had survived bandits, suspicion, the wrath of the crown, and the pursuit of bounty hunters. Now he was leaving on a foreign vessel, indebted to a hidden network in Dorne. All that for a single chance at a new life. Shae reached for his hand. He squeezed it, grateful at least that he was not alone in this final flight from the Seven Kingdoms. The ship's timbers groaned, and outside, he heard the crew calling quietly to prepare sails and weigh anchor. The tide was changing. In a short while, they would leave the harbor behind, taking to open water. He closed his eyes, picturing the red keep's halls, the swirl of candlelight, Cersei's last breath. Then he forced himself to imagine a future across the sea. Perhaps in Pentos, maybe further east, where his name was just a name, not a condemnation. The guilt and sorrow would remain, but maybe, in that distant land, he might find some measure of absolution or at least peace. A faint jolt rocked the ship as the anchor was lifted. Tyrion looked at Shae, who offered a tentative smile. He tried to return it, though a knot tightened in his chest. They were crossing a threshold from which there was no return. The sails unfurled overhead, catching the night breeze. Lanterns bobbed along Sunspear's harbor, fading into the distance. Tyrion and Shae stayed hidden in the cramped cabin, listening to the creak of the hull and the gentle rush of water against the prow. With every passing minute, the shores of Dorne receded, and thus they departed Westeros, carrying with them the weight of a queen's blood, the shadow of a name cursed by the realm, and a fragile hope that beyond the narrow sea lay a path to survival, perhaps even redemption. Tyrion Lannister, kinslayer, fugitive, breathed in the salt air, knowing that his life, and the fate he had chosen, would forever be shaped by the night he pressed steel to his sister's throat. Yet in the darkness, there was a sliver of light, a chance, however slim, to forge something new from the wreckage he had left behind. He clutched Shae's hand, and she squeezed back, neither speaking, for there was little to say. As the ship moved steadily eastward, Tyrion closed his eyes and listened to the quiet hush of the waves, carrying them toward an uncertain tomorrow. Salt Tang clung to the timbers of the Pentoshi merchant ship as it rocked on the dark waves, departing Sunspear's harbor under the cover of night. Tyrion Lannister and Shae huddled together in the cramped cabin that had been hurriedly cleared for them, their breath still uneven with the aftermath of their rapid escape. The lamp overhead cast a small, dancing pool of golden light on the planks, illuminating the swirl of dust motes each time the ship rolled. They could hear the faint voices of the crew above, the mutter of commands in heavily accented common tongue, and the soft slap of water against the hull. When Tyrion gathered himself enough to stand, he felt the sway of the deck underfoot. His sea legs were never the strongest, but even the mild roll of the ship was a blessed relief after weeks, no months of life or death tension on land. Here was a new danger, the unknown, but at least it was not the Red Keep or the deserts of Dorne. At least it offered the promise of distance from the bounty on his head. Shae was perched on a small wooden crate near the cabin's bulkhead, hugging her knees. She wore a loose blouse and trousers more suited for travel, though they still carried dust from the roads of Dorne. Her gaze kept drifting to the door, as though expecting some new threat to burst through. Tyrion settled beside her and placed a reassuring hand on her knee. "We're out of Westeros," he murmured, the words sounding almost strange on his tongue. "Or we will be by dawn. Does that comfort you at all?" She pressed her lips together. "I'm not sure how I feel," she admitted in a low voice. "One part of me is relieved we're leaving all that behind, the fear, the running. But another part is terrified. We're going to Pentos with nothing but a few clothes and the help of strangers who might want favors from us someday." He stroked her hair gently, remembering how they had left everything behind in King's Landing, especially after that terrible, defining night. "It's better than a cell in the Red Keep," he said, trying to maintain some semblance of humor. "We'll figure something out, as we always do." She glanced at him, and a shadow of a smile appeared. "I suppose you're right. You always find a way. But is there any part of you that thinks we'll ever return?" Her question hung in the still air for a moment. Tyrion leaned back, exhaling. Return. The word conjured an image of dark halls, of Cersei's lifeless eyes, of Jaime's face twisted by grief and anger. "In truth," Tyrion said quietly, "I don't think so. Not for a long time. Perhaps never. Not unless the realm changes so completely that no one remembers Tyrion Lannister, the Kinslayer. And that's unlikely to happen in my lifetime." Shae's eyes shimmered in the lamplight. "Then let's not think about it for now. Let's just think about surviving tomorrow." He nodded. "A wise plan. I'm too exhausted to dwell on the future anyway." His thoughts flicked to the hidden network in Dorne that had smuggled them aboard. Perina, Myra, and the promises exchanged. "We owe them a great debt," he muttered. "We're lucky they wanted me alive for some reason. But in Pentos, I'm sure new intrigues await. You don't get anything for nothing, especially not from those who deal in secrets." Shae looked away. "At least we get to live." Tyrion had no argument against that. The hush of the waves and the muffled creak of the ship comforted him more than he cared to admit. He was too drained to pace or worry further. Gently, he tugged Shae's arm, guiding her off the crate to share the narrow bunk. It was hardly more than a wooden platform with a thin mattress stuffed with straw, but it would have to do. They settled in together, the lamp flickering overhead. When the ship rocked, she drew in a quick breath, and Tyrion rubbed small circles on her back until her breathing eased. Eventually, lulled by the rolling motion, they both succumbed to an uneasy sleep. When Tyrion awoke, gray light seeped through a porthole on the far side of the cabin. He blinked, momentarily forgetting where he was. Then the dull ache in his lower back, the cramped stiffness of his legs, and the strong smell of salt reminded him. They were at sea, fleeing Westeros. Shae was still asleep, curled against him. He brushed a strand of hair from her face and stood, careful not to wake her. The deck beneath him pitched with an easy rhythm, and he swayed until he found his balance. He unlatched the cabin door. The corridor outside was dim, the lanterns extinguished. From further down the passage came the soft clink of metal and the rasp of ropes, as well as the distant hum of voices. Tyrion followed the sounds until he found a hatch leading up to the main deck. The air that greeted him was crisp and briny, and a bright morning sun shone from a pale blue sky. Sailors moved about, adjusting rigging or coiling rope. A tall man with a scarred chin, likely the captain, cast him a cursory glance, then resumed barking orders in Pentoshi-accented commands. Tyrion approached the rail. The sea stretched out in every direction, an endless blue-green expanse. Off the starboard side, a line of darker blue hinted at deeper currents or a passing school of fish. Westeros was no longer in sight, just open water. He felt lighter, though not entirely free. The weight of the past still clung to him, but at least the immediate threat was behind them. A sailor in a loose, sleeveless tunic sidled by. Tyrion recognized him as the bearded one from the previous night. "Lord," he said curtly, though there was no deference in his tone, only a direct bluntness. "Captain says to stay below deck unless you're talking air or ordered otherwise. We're not wanting trouble if another ship asks who we're carrying." Tyrion tipped his head. "Understood. I'll keep to the shadows." He looked around, noticing half a dozen crew. A large cargo net secured crates near the foremast. The ship was hardly big enough to be a major merchant vessel, but it had enough deck space to carry goods from Pentos to Dorne and back. "Where are we bound, precisely?" Tyrion asked. "Pentos," came the terse reply. "We'll make landfall in about a fortnight, if the winds are good. Captain doesn't like to explain his route, but we'll pass close to the disputed lands. Nothing that concerns you, as long as you do as you're told." Tyrion nodded, deciding not to press for more detail. Sailors were famously cagey about their route, especially if they planned to avoid certain tariffs or patrols. With a final grunt, the sailor moved off, leaving Tyrion alone at the rail. He stared at the horizon a while longer, letting the sun warm his face. It was a kinder sun than Dorne's scorching blaze, softer, tempered by the sea breeze. When he returned below, Shay was awake, brushing out her hair with slow, thoughtful strokes. She glanced up. "Morning. Is it safe to wander?" Tyrion shrugged. "Safe enough so long as we don't bother the crew. They said we can get some air, but we shouldn't be seen by other ships. So let's keep a low profile." She nodded, setting aside the brush. "Did you see anything? Land?" "No land in sight," Tyrion answered, leaning against the cabin's narrow door frame. "We're well on our way." Shay sighed, half relief, half uncertainty. "I hope we have enough to pay for food on board. Or has that also been arranged?" "I suspect Perina covered it. They said we should keep out of sight and not cause trouble, and in return we'll be fed and brought to Pentos. But let's be cautious. There might be hidden costs to every piece of generosity we've been shown." She stood, smoothing her blouse. "Why don't we see if there's any breakfast? I'm starving." They found the galley at the far end of the lower deck, behind stacked crates of dried fruits and salted fish. The ship's cook was a middle-aged woman with close-cropped gray hair and a long scar running across her forearm. She barely blinked when Tyrion and Shay appeared, instead ladling out bowls of watery porridge from a steaming cauldron. They murmured thanks and took seats on 2 small barrels. The porridge was bland and gritty, but it soothed their gnawing hunger. Tyrion tried to recall the last decent meal he'd eaten, the bread and fish stew at the dingy sandpiper in Sunspear. Strange how much had changed in just a handful of days. Each day at sea settled into a cautious routine. Tyrion and Shay spent most of their time below decks, emerging only to take air when the sailors indicated it was safe. That is, whenever no other ship seemed within hailing distance. Even then, they stayed near the stern, away from prying eyes. In the cramped cabin at night, they found a measure of solace in each other's company, though an unspoken tension lingered. They were no longer in immediate danger, yet the future remained unclear. Shay tried to pass the time by mending torn clothes or humming quiet songs, while Tyrion, restless, would pace the narrow corridors when the rocking seas allowed it. Sometimes he offered to help the cook or a passing sailor, if only to keep busy, though they rarely accepted more than a few minutes of labor from him. Every so often, Tyrion would climb on deck near dusk, leaning on the ship's railing to watch the horizon's glow fade. He discovered that the captain, Arantes, he was called, did not mind a bit of conversation, so long as it was short and innocuous. "You've come from Dorne," Arantes noted one evening, as Tyrion quietly joined him at the stern. "Dornish ports pay good coin for Pentoshi spices, so it's a profitable run." Tyrion nodded. "And now you're ferrying us in secrecy. Are you not worried if the crown in Westeros finds out you helped a fugitive?" Arantes gave a wry shrug, scratching the scar on his chin. "Captain of a free ship does not bow to the Iron Throne. Besides, your gold was good. Or should I say, the gold of those who sent you. That's enough for me. Word of advice. Don't cross me or my men. We're not the trusting sort." Tyrion dipped his head. "Wise counsel, Captain." No more was said on the matter. Though Tyrion had tried to glean what the captain truly knew or suspected, Arantes was an unreadable sort, stoic and practical. If he recognized Tyrion Lannister, he did not let on. Or perhaps it simply did not matter to him. Gold was gold, no matter which hand it came from. As the days passed, the ship caught favorable winds, making faster progress than expected. This was both a blessing and a source of anxiety for Tyrion. The sooner they reached Pentos, the sooner they'd be forced to figure out what to do in that vast foreign city. A place rumored to be home to magisters, wealthy slavers, and exiled lords from all over the world. Tyrion had gleaned bits of knowledge about Pentos over the years. It was ruled by merchant princes known for lavish feasts and cunning alliances. He recalled hearing about Illyrio Mopatis, a flamboyant and enormously rich magister with a taste for intrigue and a rumored soft spot for Targaryen loyalists. Was that an avenue to explore? Tyrion had no illusions that anything in Pentos came freely. Still, perhaps he could broker some arrangement using the knowledge in his head. Or perhaps they'd find a quiet corner, vanish into the city's sprawl. Night after night, Tyrion dreamed of King's Landing, of creeping through candlelit corridors, of Cersei's face twisted in fury. He would jerk awake, covered in sweat, Shay's hand on his shoulder. She never pried, never asked him to relive it aloud. Her presence was comfort enough. At least that was what he told himself. Nearly 2 weeks into the voyage, a cry went up from the crew at dawn. Land had been sighted. Tyrion hastily pulled on his boots and roused Shay, leading her up on deck. The rising sun revealed a gray-green shoreline to the southeast. Even at a distance, he could make out the faint outlines of towers or spires, the approach to Pentos, presumably. The wind carried a different scent now, less briny than the open sea, tinged with the smell of civilization. Cook fires, rotting fish in the harbor, incense from shrines. Pentos was enormous, rivaling the size of King's Landing in sprawl. Flatter. Beyond the harbor's curve, the city's domed roofs and tall minarets glimmered in the morning light. Shay gazed at the sight, her expression caught between awe and apprehension. "It looks foreign. So many towers." Tyrion placed a hand on her arm. "It is foreign, but we'll manage. Let's see what arrangements the captain has for our disembarkation." Captain Arantes was at the prow, conferring with a first mate. He glanced back at Tyrion and beckoned him over. "We make port soon. You'll stay on board until I say otherwise. The harbor master in Pentos is fickle. We'll need to pay a docking fee. I don't want you or the girl stepping off before it's settled." "Understood." Tyrion nodded. Of course. The approach to Pentos's harbor took the better part of 2 hours, as the ship navigated congested lanes filled with smaller fishing vessels and larger merchant galleys. Tyrion watched the city reveal itself in detail. White plaster walls, gilded onion domes, statues of foreign gods perched above gates. The people on the docks looked as varied as the city's architecture. Brown-skinned sailors from the Summer Isles, pale-haired travelers from Lys, men wearing bright silks or ragged tunics, all mingling in a busy, noisy throng. At last, the captain's vessel slid into a berth at the far end of a long pier. Dockworkers in Pentoshi garb approached with ropes, calling out in their tongue to secure the lines. Arantes barked orders to his men. Tyrion and Shae stood out of the way, mindful of the agreement. Not long after, a short, rotund official with a ring of keys jangling at his hip boarded. He exchanged greetings with the captain in Pentoshi, eyes darting around. Tyrion didn't understand much of the language, picking out only a few words. The official counted crates, referencing some ledger, and eventually nodded in satisfaction. He turned to leave. Moments later, the harbormaster's men disembarked, carrying off a small chest. Likely the captain's bribe or fee. Arantes exhaled in relief. "Now you," Arantes said, turning to Tyrion, "gather your companion and your belongings. You'll go ashore quietly. I've no interest in explaining you to the local authorities if they come sniffing." Tyrion bristled at the captain's dismissive tone but forced a polite nod. "We're grateful for the passage." Arantes waved a hand, as if to say gratitude meant little. "Go on. Follow Gaeler, he'll lead you to the main pier. After that, you're on your own." Gaeler, a wiry young sailor, led them across the gangplank onto the busy dock. The heat of mid-morning pressed down, blending with the miasma of fish guts, cooking fires and salt water. Dockworkers pushed carts, men hollered about cargo rates, and gulls circled overhead, screeching. Tyrion kept a tight hold on Shae's hand, weaving through the crowd. Within a few minutes, they reached the broad thoroughfare at the harbor's edge. "This is as far as I go," Gaeler said, adjusting the cloth wrap around his head. "Good luck, you two. Try not to get robbed." He offered a half-grin, then slipped back into the throng. Tyrion and Shae stood there, watching the swirl of pentos around them. In King's Landing, the crowds had sometimes been thick, but the air always carried a sour edge of waste and fear. Here, everything felt more vibrant, if also overwhelming. Vendors sold skewers of grilled lamb spiced with something sweet. Street performers banged on drums and twirled ribbons. A knot of children chased each other, shrieking in a language Tyrion couldn't place, perhaps a dialect from the east. "So," Shae said, shifting their small bag of belongings over her shoulder. "What now?" Tyrion glanced along the waterfront. Grand houses rose behind the docks, some with colonnades and fountains visible through iron gates. "We need lodging first. Someplace not too dangerous, not too expensive, and not too curious about who we are." He tapped his foot on the cobblestones, thinking, "We have a bit of coin left from Dorne, though not much. Let's see if we can find a modest inn further from the port district, away from the highest rents." Shae nodded, relief flickering in her eyes. They moved inland, entering a maze of narrow streets overshadowed by tall buildings. Pentos's architecture was a melange of curved arches, lattice windows, and bright mosaic tiles. Banners hung from balconies, their colors denoting everything from house crests to guild affiliations. Tyrion spied symbols of the Weavers' Guild, the Spice Traders' Union, and a host of lesser associations. Everywhere, the city teemed with trade, a testament to its wealth and its complicated social fabric. They paused at a corner where a tired donkey stood tethered, and Tyrion tried to ask a passerby about an inn. The man answered in Pentoshi, pointing in a direction they barely understood. Next, they tried a spice seller who, in halting common tongue, managed to convey that a place called the Lily of the Dawn offered cheap rooms for travelers. "Near the Street of Masks," he said, pointing vaguely south. "Look for a sign with a yellow flower." They thanked him and meandered that way, soaking in the sights. At times, Shae clung to Tyrion's arm when the crowds pressed close. Once, a street urchin darted past, nearly snatching Tyrion's purse, but Tyrion caught him by the wrist before the boy escaped. The child's eyes were huge, and Tyrion let him go with a whispered warning, not wanting to make a scene. The boy vanished into the alley before Tyrion could draw breath. Eventually, they found the Lily of the Dawn, a 3-story structure with a painted sign of a golden lily. The building's plaster was cracked in places, but it appeared sturdy enough. Inside, the inn's common room held mismatched tables, an old bar, and a cluster of travelers in battered cloaks. The smell of stew and cheap wine lingered. A balding innkeeper in a loose-fitting robe approached, speaking rapidly in Pentoshi. Tyrion answered in common tongue. "Do you speak this? We need a room for a few nights." The innkeeper's expression shifted. "I speak some," he said in an accent. "Room is 3 copper crescents a night, plus extra if you want supper." Tyrion glanced at Shae, who nodded. 3 copper crescents sounded affordable. He reached into the small pouch that contained their leftover coins from Westeros and Dorne. Thankfully, silver and gold were recognized in most of Essos, though the exchange rates varied. "That's acceptable," Tyrion said. "We can pay in silver stags. You can weigh them if you like." The innkeeper's eyes lit up at the mention of silver. I weigh them," he said. "Good silver from across the narrow sea always welcome. You stay how long?" "We'll start with 3 nights," Tyrion said. "Might extend if needed." "Upstairs, second door on left." The innkeeper replied after measuring out their payment and taking a bit extra to cover suppers. He handed Tyrion a rough wooden key. "No trouble. You pay for any damage." "Understood," Tyrion said, swallowing his pride. He and Shae lugged their meager belongings up the creaking staircase. The corridor was dim, lit by a single lamp at the far end. Their room was cramped and musty, with a small shuttered window overlooking the alley. A double pallet in one corner, a battered chest, and a washbasin completed the furnishings. Yet it felt more luxurious than the stables and huts they'd inhabited on their journey. At least here, no one was trying to kill them. Shae set down the bag and sank onto the bed, exhaling. "We made it. We're in Pentos, renting a room, just like any travelers, right?" Tyrion forced a small laugh. "Yes, precisely like any travelers who haven't murdered a queen or fled an entire continent." He sank beside her, the straw mattress crunching under his weight. "At least we're not in chains, or in some unspeakable dungeon." She nodded, turning her gaze to the sliver of light peeking through the shutter. The city murmured outside, distant clamor of hawkers and carriage wheels on stone. "So, do we have a plan beyond this?" He hesitated. "In Dorne, I occasionally heard about Illyrio Mopatis, a powerful magister who sometimes takes in exiles. But I also know such men rarely do anything without a price. I have no illusions that if I approach him, I might be stepping right into another web of manipulation." Tyrion rubbed his temples, feeling the old headache threaten. "Still, it's an option. Another is to find some small corner of Pentos and vanish, maybe run a modest business. But do I look like a man suited to running a fruit stall or blacksmith shop?" Shae offered him a wry, gentle smile. "You might be an excellent bookkeeper for some merchant house." "True." He nodded, half encouraged by the notion. "Yet even that carries risk. My name is known far and wide. If anyone from Westeros recognizes me, they'd be happy to collect the bounty. We can't pretend the threat doesn't exist." She placed her hand over his. "We could change your name, call ourselves something else." Tyrion recalled that in Dorne, he had tried to go by Tytos. It felt hollow, and his dwarfish appearance was difficult to hide. Still, it might help. "We'll consider it. For now, let's get our bearings in this city. See if there's honest work, or if we can glean which local powers might be friendly to us." Shae nodded. "We'll be careful." That evening, they ventured downstairs for supper. The inn's common room was half full of travelers, sailors, and the occasional local. A single serving girl carried plates of spiced lentils and unleavened bread, while the innkeeper occasionally poured cups of thin wine. Tyrion and Shae found a table in the corner. No one paid them much mind, though Tyrion could sense the occasional curious glance aimed at the dwarf with the foreign accent. The food was passable, a heavy stew thick with chickpeas and tomatoes, seasoned with something akin to cumin. Shae mopped her bowl with bread, seeming to relish the flavor after the dull meals at sea. Tyrion ate carefully, mind buzzing with thoughts of how to navigate Pentos's complexities. Midway through the meal, a slender man with a patchy beard slid into a chair at their table without invitation. He wore scuffed boots and a threadbare tunic, his eyes a murky green that caught the lamplight strangely. "Greetings, travelers," he said in lightly accented common tongue. You're new to Pentos, yes? Tyrion eyed him warily. We are, but we prefer to dine alone. The man grinned, displaying a row of uneven teeth. Now, that's no way to speak to a friend. My name is Moro, and I do so enjoy meeting new faces in the city. Perhaps you need help? A guide? Someone to watch your back? Shay tensed beside Tyrion. Tyrion laid a calming hand on her arm. A guide might be useful, but we're short on coin. So if that's what you're after. Moro waved a dismissive hand. Coin's only one form of payment. Information is another. Connections. Favors. Pentos thrives on such things. He winked. I'm sure you have some story, my friend, or else you wouldn't be so interesting. Tyrion felt his spine prickle. He had no intention of bearing his past to a random swindler. We're simple travelers, as I said. We just arrived from the west. No grand tale to share. Moro smirked, leaning in. The west, indeed. Westeros, I suspect. Many come here these days, refugees of war, exiles from the great houses. I'll make you a fair offer. Let me show you around the city tomorrow. If by the end of the day you find my help worthless, we part ways. If it proves useful, you can pay me whatever you think is fair. No obligations. Tyrion glanced at Shay, uncertain. Moro had the slick aura of a man who thrived on petty deceptions. Yet a local guide could spare them from hazards or scams. After a brief silence, Tyrion nodded slowly. All right. Meet us here tomorrow at midday, and we'll see if you live up to your claims. Done, Moro said, smiling in triumph. He stood, bowing theatrically. I look forward to it. May the seven, or whichever gods you prefer, bless your evening. With that, he sauntered off, leaving them with the sour odor of cheap liquor lingering in the air. Shay grimaced. He'll try to cheat us. I can see it in his face. Tyrion sighed. Likely, but we can glean at least a bit of knowledge from him. We'll keep our coin purse tight. They finished supper in subdued silence, returning to the cramped room to rest. Shay drifted off to sleep quickly, exhaustion claiming her, but Tyrion lay awake, listening to the muffled sounds of laughter and bickering drifting up from the common room. He wondered if this was truly a new beginning or just another pit of quicksand. Eventually, he slipped into uneasy dreams. The next morning, they navigated the city's streets alone, wanting at least to see the immediate neighborhood around the inn. The Lily of the Dawn stood near the Street of Masks, a name derived from the numerous shops selling elaborate face masks for Pentoshi festivals. The street boasted stalls of bright feathers, painted ceramic visors, and dyed silks. Shay paused to admire a delicate half-mask of emerald color, while Tyrion stood watchful for pickpockets. By midday, they returned to the inn's common room. Moro was already there, sipping a cup of herbal tea. He gave them a broad grin. Ah, my new friends, ready to see the wonders of Pentos. Tyrion forced a polite smile. Lead on. And mind, we don't want trouble. Moro spread his hands in mock innocence. No trouble, I swear by the mother of mountains. He ushered them out onto the street, adopting a jaunty stride. Let's begin with the Bazaar of Silken Splendors. It's where many foreigners first do business. They wound through a labyrinth of alleys and boulevards, flanked by buildings with ornate doors and shuttered balconies. Moro proved to be a veritable font of trivial knowledge, pointing out homes of minor magisters, local temples dedicated to Associ gods, and popular wine sinks. Sometimes he paused to greet acquaintances, exchanging glances that made Tyrion suspect half these people were criminals or informants. Still, no one threatened them outright. Eventually, they reached the bazaar, a sprawling enclosed market under tall arches of colored glass. Light streamed in tinted patterns across rows of stalls selling everything from fruit to spices to fine tapestries. Perfumes clashed with the smell of sweat and exotic dishes frying in oil. The crowd was thick, forcing Shay to cling to Tyrion's arm lest they become separated. Moro guided them to a quieter corner. This is where you can find reputable money changers, he explained. And over there, you see that sign with a golden coin? That's a broker who helps Westerners find work. If you truly are travelers seeking honest labor, you might speak to him." Tyrion looked at the sign, a stylized gold disc painted on a wooden board, and let out a thoughtful hum. "Could be worth investigating." "Thank you," Moro winked. "I do aim to please. Now, if you wanted a place to buy a certain hush-hush merchandise, I know a few stalls in the side corridors." He lowered his voice, leaning in. "Powders for the senses or daggers from Sarner, that sort of thing." Shay frowned. "We're not interested in contraband." "No need to bristle," Moro said lightly. "Just letting you know your options." He led them onward, occasionally pointing out the location of a local strong-arm or guard post. "See that tower with the pentagonal shape? That's one of the city watch barracks. Best to avoid trouble near there unless you enjoy heavy fines or a stint in the cells." Tyrion forced his shoulders to relax, trying not to appear too tense. "We've no desire to cross the watch. We only want to exist quietly." Moro's gaze slid to Tyrion's mismatched eyes. "I must say, you do have an unusual presence for a simple traveler. But no matter." He gestured toward a stall selling stuffed grape leaves and roasted peppers. "Shall we break for a bite? I'm famished." They found a small table near the stall. Moro insisted on ordering for them in pentoshi, and soon they were served plates of savory, spiced vegetables. As they ate, Tyrion noticed that Moro kept looking around, as though searching for someone, or making sure no one was eavesdropping. Finally, Moro set down his cup of watered wine. "Now, friend, you said you might pay me if my guidance was useful. I believe I've shown you quite a bit. Perhaps it's time we discuss that." Tyrion gave a slow nod, careful to keep his face neutral. "We appreciate what you've done. What do you consider a fair price?" Moro rubbed his stubbly chin. "If you have silver from Westeros, I'd say 1 silver stag for the day's work. Or if you prefer some piece of interesting news, I deal in information as much as coin." Tyrion's caution flared. "Information? About what?" "Anything of value. Rumors, alliances in Westeros, that sort of thing. I have associates who pay for details about the Seven Kingdoms. They like to keep abreast of the power shifts across the narrow sea." At once, Tyrion's suspicion soared. This man might be an informant for someone bigger, maybe even the crown in Westeros, or a competitor. It struck him how precarious it was to share anything too revealing. "We know precious little," Tyrion said, lying smoothly. "Our home region was overshadowed by war, and we fled. That's all." Moro's gaze narrowed, but he shrugged. "Suit yourself. Let's say we do coin, then. 1 silver stag." Tyrion considered haggling but decided it was simpler to pay and be done. "Fine," he said, fishing out the coin from his pouch and sliding it across. Moro pocketed it with a grin. "Well, my friends, if you need me again, you can find me here in the bazaar most afternoons. I have many talents, from introductions to the magister's clerks to less official errands." He stood, nodding politely. "Enjoy Pentos, travelers. Just remember, she's a demanding mistress." With a dramatic flourish of his hands, he ambled off into the swirling crowd. Shay exhaled, leaning closer to Tyrion. "He's dangerous, or at least not trustworthy." "Yes," Tyrion agreed quietly. "We'll keep our distance." They finished the meal, then wandered the bazaar on their own. Along the perimeter, Tyrion found the money changer's stall. He exchanged a couple of silver Westerosi stags for pentoshi coin, each minted with the profile of a local ruler. The rate was fair enough. Apparently silver was silver, no matter the stamping. That left them with a small handful of local currency, some silver and a few battered coppers. If they hoped to remain in Pentos for any real length of time, they'd need a more stable income. At Tyrion's urging, they approached the broker's sign of the golden coin. Inside, a plump man in a crisp linen robe sat behind a desk. He had an air of bored efficiency as he greeted them in halting common tongue. Rows of pigeonholes behind him were stuffed with scrolls and letters. "You are new?" he asked, eyeing Tyrion. "Seeking employment, yes?" Tyrion gave a polite nod. "I have skill in bookkeeping, letters, sums. I served in an official capacity in my homeland." My companion is adept at household work. Do you broker such positions? The man tapped his desk. Some merchant houses want scribes or stewards, but they prefer references or known men from certain families. You have references? Tyrion forced a wry smile. Not with me, I'm afraid. Circumstances forced our abrupt departure. But I can demonstrate my skill if needed. The broker shrugged, unimpressed. I have 2 postings from lesser houses. One wants a steward for a small warehouse to keep track of shipments and wages. The pay is modest, 1 silver moon a fortnight plus lodging. Another seeks a private tutor for their children. Perhaps not your calling. He glanced at Tyrion's stature, curiosity evident. I could do it, Tyrion said, ignoring the subtle barb, but I'm better suited to managing inventories and coin. This steward's post. What house does it belong to? The broker checked a scroll. House Galdon, minor Pentoshi line. They import wools from the west, or so it says here. They want someone to keep accounts. If you're interested, you can present yourself at their gate and mention you came from me, Daver. But I warn you, they may demand proof of your abilities or a deposit to ensure you don't flee. Tyrion felt Shay's eyes on him. A deposit was out of the question. They barely had enough to pay for the inn. Still, it was a lead. Where is House Galdon located? East of the city center, near the Marble Road. Ask around. Their estate has red pillars by the entrance, or so I'm told. Will you take this introduction? Tyrion glanced at Shay, who gave a small shrug. I suppose we will, Tyrion said. If they reject us, no harm done. Daver scribbled a quick note on a scrap of parchment. Show this. If they accept you, my finder's fee is 2 coppers. If they do not, you owe nothing. That's fair, Tyrion said, handing over 1 copper in advance and receiving a wry nod in return. Outside, Shay asked, You think it's wise, tying ourselves to a local house? Tyrion turned the parchment over in his hands. I'm not sure, but we can't survive on air. If we could get stable work and lodging, we might not need to approach powerful figures like Illyrio Mopatis. Shay's gaze shifted to the swirling mass of people in the bazaar. And if we're recognized, we'll claim we're just exiles from a minor Westerosi feud. My height draws attention, but dwarfs aren't unheard of. I'll say I was once a steward to a minor lord who died in the war, which, in a twisted way, is partly true. The corner of his mouth twitched. We'll keep details vague. Maybe that's enough for them. Shay nodded, lacing her fingers through his. All right, let's see this House Galdon. They departed the bazaar, weaving deeper into Pentos's heart. The city's layout grew more refined the closer they came to the Marble Road, where the wealthier estates stood. White marble facades glinted in the midday sun, fronted by manicured courtyards and fountains shaped like mythical creatures. Guards in polished cuirasses stood at gate after gate, scanning passers-by for threats. Tyrion recalled how in King's Landing, the wealthy seldom displayed such ostentatious exteriors, preferring hidden courtyards behind crumbling walls. Pentos flaunted its riches openly, though behind it lay complex alliances. They found the estate with red pillars near its gated entrance, as Daver had described. 2 guards wearing surcoats of dull green stood watch, swords at their hips. Tyrion approached calmly, parchment in hand. What's your business? 1 guard demanded in Pentoshi. Tyrion offered a small bow. I come from Daver the broker. I seek an audience with the house steward about the position posted. The guard eyed him, then Shay. Wait, he said curtly. He stepped inside a small gatehouse, returning a minute later. You can enter. Do not wander off. You'll speak with Master Amaran, the estate steward. They passed through the gate, entering a courtyard of pale gravel and carefully trimmed hedges. A small fountain burbled in the center, with goldfish darting in the shallow pool. The main house stood 2 stories high, its walls painted a subdued green, windows and shutters neatly lined. A tall, thin man in a dark robe emerged from the arched doorway. He wore an expression of distant politeness as he greeted them in Pentoshi, then switched to common tongue when he realized Tyrion's accent. I am Amaran, steward of House Galdon. You come for the position of warehouse scribe? Show me the letter. Tyrion presented the parchment from Davor, and Amaran scanned it quickly. Humph. Davor's scrawl is barely legible, but it suffices. He studied Tyrion with open curiosity. You claim skill in sums and writing? Yes, Tyrion said, stepping forward. I have many years' experience in account keeping. My father was... He stopped short, swallowing the next words. Tywin Lannister was not a name he wanted to mention. A merchant of the Crownlands, and I served as his chief steward until war made it impossible to continue. That was partially true in a twisted sense. Amaran's gaze flicked to Shay. And your companion? I assist where needed, Shay said softly. Cooking, mending errands. And you have no references? Tyrion spread his hands. We fled in haste, Master Amaran. Documents were lost. A faint sniff of disapproval. Well, references are standard here. However, House Galdon does need help. Our last scribe died of a fever, and the warehouse's accounts are in disarray. Perhaps you can demonstrate your skill. If you prove competent, we'll discuss terms. Tyrion bowed slightly. I'd be happy to. Show me the ledgers, and I'll do what I can. Amaran led them into the main house. The corridor was cool and surprisingly modest in decor. No ostentatious columns or gilded statues, just polished floors and a few embroidered tapestries depicting scenes of trade caravans. They crossed a small interior courtyard filled with potted lemon trees, then arrived at a study of moderate size. A large table bore stacks of scrolls and bound ledgers. A single open window provided light and air. Here, Amaran said, gesturing at the cluttered table, you'll find records from the wool shipments, local labor wages, and shipments inbound from the Rovani warehouse. House Galdon deals in more than wool, but that's the primary business. I want you to decipher last month's accounts and produce a summary. If you can do that properly, we'll speak of employment. Tyrion nodded, rolling up his sleeves. Though he'd never specialized in the intricacies of wool trade, he was well acquainted with balancing columns and verifying receipts. He selected a quill and examined the ledger, noting the entries in Pentoshi with occasional words in common tongue or Valyrian. Some sums had been scrawled hastily. He found errors right away, which seemed to confirm Amaran's complaint of disarray. Shay stood quietly by the doorway, watching Tyrion's face as he immersed himself in the numbers. For the next hour, he worked diligently, cross-referencing separate ledgers to track shipments, wages, and overhead costs. Amaran moved around the study, occasionally asking short, pointed questions about the progress. Tyrion found some satisfaction in the methodical nature of the work. Numbers, at least, did not judge him for who he was. They simply demanded accuracy. By the time he finished, Tyrion had a neat summary on a spare page of parchment. Here, he said, pushing the sheet toward Amaran. These are your monthly totals. How many bales of wool were purchased, the cost in local currency, the wages for laborers, and the expected profit margin. I've noted some irregularities. It seems someone recorded a surplus in shipping fees that doesn't match the corresponding revenue. Possibly an embezzlement or just an error, but it's worth looking into. Amaran scanned the page, brow furrowing. He gave an occasional hum of surprise. Finally, he set it down. This is far more coherent than the last clerk produced. You may be exactly what we need. Tyrion exhaled in relief, but kept his tone reserved. I'm glad to hear it. Amaran met his eyes. House Galdon is not wealthy enough to house many servants in luxury. We have a small steward's room near the warehouse itself. The pay is 1 silver moon every 2 weeks, plus lodging and a basic allowance for food. You'd be expected to keep accurate records, handle daily wage distribution for laborers, and occasionally assist with deliveries. Your companion could stay with you if she helps in domestic tasks or sees to minor errands. Shay's expression was guarded, though Tyrion sensed her relief at the possibility of secure shelter. That sounds acceptable, Tyrion said, though I must be honest. We recently arrived in Pentos, so we have little to offer beyond loyal service and discretion. If you can provide a modest advance, that would help us settle in. He braced for refusal. Amaran frowned. An advance? Perhaps half of your first fortnight's pay. I can do no more. You must prove yourself trustworthy. That's fair. Then let us finalize it with a simple contract. House Galdon is old-fashioned in that regard. Paper must be signed, you see. Amaran retrieved a single sheet of standard contract language in Pentoshi. He wrote Tyrion's name in a halting style, Tyrion, from the west. Tyrion suppressed a flicker of alarm at seeing his actual name on paper. He could have insisted on a false one, but it was too late now. If they discovered the truth, well, hopefully the name was common enough that no one would suspect him of being the infamous Tyrion Lannister. The steward gave him a quill, and Tyrion signed with a flourish. Shay wrote only her first name, as she'd never had a surname she cared to use. Amaran witnessed it, then stamped a small wax seal bearing the sigil of House Galdon, a stylized sheep's head. "It's done," Amaran said, filing the contract in a locked cabinet. "You'll begin tomorrow. For tonight, you can remain at your current lodging or—" he hesitated. "Actually, if you prefer, you can move into the warehouse steward's chambers right away. It's small but well kept." Tyrion glanced at Shay. "That might be better. We won't have to pay thee in another night's fee, and it spares you from thinking we're flight risks." Amaran gave a terse nod. "As you wish. I'll summon a servant to guide you there." He rang a small bell, and a young man in House Galdon livery arrived. Amaran introduced him as Darren, a junior clerk. "Take them to the steward's chamber at the warehouse. Show them around, but keep it brief. I expect you back here within the hour." Darren bowed. "Yes, Master Amaran." Within minutes, Tyrion and Shay were following Darren through a series of streets behind the Galdon estate. They passed shops dealing in weaving supplies, small squares where wagons were loaded with raw wool, and eventually came to a sizable building with tall windows on one side. The smell of lanolin hung in the air, along with dust from stored bales. Workers bustled in and out through a wide entrance, carrying rolls of wool or pushing handcarts. "This is the Galdon warehouse," Darren said, leading them around to a side door. Inside, the space was vast, with tall shelves and rows of neatly stacked bales. A handful of laborers, mostly wiry men and women wearing simple headscarves, paused to eye the newcomers. Darren waved them off. "Back to work. This is your new steward." They continued to an interior staircase, ascending to a small landing. 3 doors branched off the corridor. Darren opened the first. "This is the steward's chamber," he said. The room was indeed small, just large enough for a bed, a table, and a storage trunk. But it was clean, with a narrow window looking onto a back alley. A second door led to a tiny adjoining closet that housed a wash basin and a place to hang clothes. "It's not grand," Darren said apologetically, "but it's functional. You can store your belongings here." Downstairs, at the rear of the warehouse, there's a cooking area. Most laborers eat at home, but the steward can cook on site if needed. "We also have a small set of ledgers in the office next door." He gestured at the second door off the landing. "That's where you'll do your daily accounts." Tyrion nodded. "Will we be safe? I notice the warehouse is busy." "The outer doors lock at night," Darren explained. "We keep 2 men on watch in shifts, mostly to deter thieves. You'll be expected to keep keys to the office and storage rooms. In the morning, you open up for the laborers. They'll come for instructions, wages, whatever is needed. You answer to Amaran if you have any questions." Shay ran her fingers along the windowsill, brushing away dust. "It's a place to start," she said softly. Tyrion put a hand on her shoulder. "Yes," he agreed. To Darren, he added, "Thank you for the tour." Darren gave a polite incline of his head. "I'll let you settle in. In an hour or so, I'll return with your key and a small advance from Amaran." He left, footsteps echoing down the stairs. Shay perched on the edge of the bed, testing the mattress. "Better than the Lily of the Dawn. Cleaner, at least." Tyrion exhaled, leaning against the wall. "We have a roof, a job, a place to lie low. It's more than I dared hope for this soon." She smiled, though worry still pinched her brow. "What if someone recognized your name on that contract?" "We'll cross that bridge if it comes." There must be thousands named Tyrion in the world. Lannister or not, I might pass for a lesser man. Let's not dwell on it. All right. She stood and moved to the single window, peering out at the alley. I wonder if this is our life now, managing wool shipments, cooking in a warehouse. I'd never have imagined it. He joined her, placing a hand on her waist. Nor did I, but maybe an ordinary life is exactly what we need after all the horrors. She leaned against him, silent for a moment, then nodded. Yes, perhaps it is. Darren returned soon enough, knocking politely. He offered Tyrion a small leather pouch containing 6 silver moons, half a fortnight's pay. Master Amaran will come by tomorrow morning to walk you through your duties, Darren said. Welcome to House Gaeldon. He departed, leaving Tyrion and Shay alone with their new world. Tyrion hefted the pouch, feeling the coins clink. Not much, but enough to buy some basics. I'll fetch supplies soon. Maybe some food to cook tonight. Want to come along, or stay and rest? Shay glanced around the sparse chamber. I'll come. No sense staying cooped up here. We can find a small pot or pan. Maybe some vegetables, bread, spices. She lifted an eyebrow. If you can trust me with the cooking, that is. Tyrion smiled, recalling her limited culinary skills in King's Landing. I trust you to do better than the watery gruel we had on that ship. Arm in arm, they descended into the warehouse's main floor, greeting a few curious laborers as they passed. Outside, the late afternoon sun hung over Pentos, bathing the city in a dusky glow. They made their way to a nearby market district, not nearly as large as the central bazaar but bustling enough with local vendors. With cautious bargaining, they procured a small clay pot, a simple iron pan, some lentils, onions, garlic, salt, and a handful of dried herbs. The local produce stalls offered fresh peppers, which Shay insisted on, remembering how well Dorne's peppers had turned a bland meal into something tastier. Once back at the warehouse, they set up in the small rear cooking area. The hearth was stone-built, with a chimney leading up the wall. The evening watchman, a stocky woman named Erika, popped her head in to see who was cooking. When Tyrion explained that he was the new steward, Erika nodded gruffly and left them alone. By the time the lentil stew bubbled in the pot, night had fallen, and the warehouse lay quiet except for the occasional scuffle of footsteps outside. Tyrion and Shay shared the meal by lantern light, perched on a bench near the hearth. The stew was not quite as well seasoned as a professional cook's, but it was hot and filling, the peppers lending a gentle burn. Afterward, they retired to the small steward's room. The bed was firm, the straw fresh. Tyrion found himself oddly content. He was thousands of miles from the Red Keep, from the memory of steel slicing across Cersei's throat. Here, he was just an unremarkable clerk named Tyrion. He could almost pretend the horrors of the past had never happened. But the nightmares did not vanish so easily. He still woke in the dead of night, sweat beading on his brow, Shay's gentle hand on his shoulder. Some nights, he managed to slip back into a dreamless sleep. Other nights, he lay awake, listening to the city's distant hum and the memory of Cersei's final rasp echoing in his mind. Morning came, bringing Amaran to the warehouse. The steward wasted no time explaining the daily tasks. Tyrion would track shipments in and out, verifying the tally with whichever foreman was on duty. He'd also be in charge of distributing wages each week, a task that required counting out coins carefully from the locked chest in the office. Amaran carried that chest in, setting it in the corner with a stern warning that only Tyrion and Amaran himself should have the key. Shay, meanwhile, could assist in errands, delivering messages, running to the market if any supplies were needed, perhaps preparing midday meals for the laborers if the house wished to offer that perk. The routine quickly fell into place. Each morning, Tyrion rose early to unlock the warehouse doors. Laborers arrived, some hauling fresh shipments of wool from caravans outside the city, others packing bales for local weavers. Tyrion recorded the weight, the source or destination, and any fees paid. He discovered a surprising tranquility in the work. Lists, columns, and sums were far simpler than the politics of King's Landing. Shay pitched in by organizing the cooking area and occasionally helping laborers with small tasks. Though not all the men in the warehouse were polite. Some leered at her or muttered crude remarks in Pentoshi. Shae handled it with a firmness that left them sheepish. Tyrion overheard a few of them speculating about the dwarf steward's relationship with her, but no one dared ask outright. Over time, the laborers seemed to accept them, especially after they saw Tyrion's quick mind for resolving pay disputes. Weeks passed in a blur of daily routines. The last vestiges of summer gave way to early autumn, the temperatures in Pentos dropping just enough to make the nights cooler. Tyrion adapted to the local currency, paying wages in Pentoshi coins, occasionally exchanging a letter or two with Amaran or House Galdon about expansions to the business. It was dull, steady work. Sometimes, dullness was a blessing. One evening, after the laborers had gone and the warehouse door was locked, Tyrion and Shae returned from the market with fresh bread and a small wedge of goat cheese, ready to share a modest supper. Tyrion carried a cheap bottle of local red wine under one arm. They joked about how heavy the wool shipments had been that day, how a new laborer had nearly dropped a bale on his own foot. As they were preparing to light the hearth for cooking, a knock sounded at the side door. Tyrion set the bottle down, exchanging a wary look with Shae. It was unusual for anyone to come calling at this hour. The watch shift wouldn't start for another hour, and deliveries never arrived so late. He went to the door and unlatched it carefully. Standing there, cloaked in the fading light, was a slight figure wearing a hood. The face remained partially in shadow, but Tyrion could tell at once it was a woman. She lifted her head, revealing sharp features and dark eyes. "Apologies for the intrusion," she said quietly. "You are Tyrion, yes?" Tyrion felt a cold ripple of alarm. "Who's asking?" The woman's lips curved in a faint smile. "A messenger from across the sea. I come on behalf of certain allies in Dorne." His heart stuttered. "Dorne? I know no one." She raised a hand. "Myra, Perina. Names ring a bell." Tyrion's pulse hammered. He stepped aside to let her in, casting a quick glance around the alley to ensure no prying eyes lingered. Once the door was shut, the woman slipped off her hood. She was young, perhaps not yet 30, with close-cropped hair that curled at the ends. Her posture was poised, every movement measured. Shae approached, eyes wary. "What do you want?" "We left Westeros behind for a reason." The messenger folded her hands. "I come to request that reason, or more specifically, to collect on a promise. My name is Talia. I serve the same hidden circle that aided you in escaping King's Landing and then crossing from Dorne to Pentos." Tyrion's mind whirled. "We repaid them by not exposing their network. What more can they want from me?" Talia gave a solemn tilt of her head. "They want your knowledge of the realm's weaknesses. Rumors swirl that House Martell and other factions have interest in how the Lannisters might respond to the Queen's murder. You, Tyrion, were once privy to the inner workings of the Crown. They believe you can provide insights that may shift the balance in wars to come." Shae's gaze flicked to Tyrion, anxious. "Wars to come?" Talia shrugged one shoulder. "Do you imagine your sister's death changed nothing? The Iron Throne sits precariously under a boy king. The Tyrells press their advantage. The North still stirs. Dorne weighs its own moves. House Martell might want revenge for past wrongs, or they might prefer to bide their time. Information from a former hand of the king could prove pivotal." Tyrion swallowed, dread coiling in his gut. "And if I refuse?" Talia's dark eyes were unreadable. "Refusal would be unwise. You owe a debt, you live free because they chose to help you. They can reveal your location to the highest bidder if you do not reciprocate." Shae's face hardened. "That's blackmail." Talia inclined her head. "Politics. The choice is yours, but let's not pretend there are many illusions. The network can bury you just as easily as it once saved you." Tyrion let out a shaky breath. This was the trap he had expected, the cost of the secret passage out of Westeros. "What exactly do they want from me? A written account of the Crown's finances? The alliances, the bribes? Detailed knowledge of the Lannisters' vulnerabilities, yes. Also, anything you know about the strategic positions of the King's armies. Word has it King Tommen's advisors scramble to consolidate power. You were master of coin once. You must know hidden details that could hamper the Lannisters' future war efforts." Tyrion turned away, pressing a hand to his temple. Indirectly, she was asking him to commit treason again, this time against House Lannister as a whole. Though he hated them for all the pain they'd caused him, the thought of bearing every secret felt like a final, bitter betrayal of everything he came from. Then again, what loyalty did he owe his father's memory, or the siblings who had hated him? Jaime was the only question, but Jaime was now in the throes of grief and likely hatred for Tyrion. "No rescue there." Shay's voice was gentle. "If you share these secrets, they'll use it to topple your family, or at least weaken them." Tyrion stared at the stone floor. "House Lannister, what is it to me now?" he murmured. "They left me for dead. They wanted me dead." Memories flicked of Tywin's cold face, Cersei's sneering disgust, Joffrey's cruelty, the crossbow in that privy. Tyrion's chest tightened. "Why should I protect them?" Talia observed him without pity. "Then you'll do what's required?" He swallowed the lump in his throat, then nodded, feeling both relief and guilt crash through him. "I'll give you the information I have, but I want to guarantee you won't reveal my location. And if I find out you're conspiring with any bounty hunters—" She raised a hand. "Our network does not deal with bounty hunters. You have our word we'll keep your presence in Essos concealed. So long as you cooperate, let's discuss how to proceed." They sat around the small table in the steward's room, the lone lamp flickering. Talia produced a roll of parchment and an inkwell from within her cloak. Tyrion stared at them with something akin to dread. It had been many weeks since he'd touched political secrets, but they felt as familiar as a blade's hilt in a swordsman's hand. He began to speak slowly, systematically, about the crown's finances as he'd last known them. The Iron Throne's debts to the Iron Bank of Bravos, the cost of the War of the Five Kings, the distribution of gold cloaks in King's Landing, the ties to the Reach. Talia took rapid notes, occasionally asking clarifying questions about Lannister allies, supply routes, or where the crown might keep strategic reserves. He answered as best he could, though some of his knowledge was outdated. Shay watched, arms folded, face unreadable. Tyrion knew how she felt, torn between fear and an understanding that they had little choice. If Voss or any other bounty hunter discovered them, they'd be thrown to the wolves. This debt, repugnant as it was, might shield them from immediate harm. After an hour, Talia laid down her quill, scanning the pages. "This will suffice for now. I'll return in a few days if more detail is needed." She rolled the parchment carefully. "Our network is not monolithic, but those in Dorne with whom we align will find this invaluable." Tyrion rubbed his tired eyes. "So you're satisfied?" "For the moment." Talia slipped the parchment into a leather tube. "We appreciate your compliance. Rest assured, as long as you remain cooperative, your identity stays safe." Shay glared. "And if we're not?" Talia's expression hardened. "Then you're out of allies. My superiors have many ways to silence inconvenient truths." She stood, pulling her hood up. "I'll see myself out. May your new life in Pentos be peaceful, for as long as you wish it to be." With that, she departed, leaving them in a tense silence. Tyrion leaned back in his chair, his chest aching as though he'd just crawled out of a battlefield. "So," he said softly, "we're not free after all." Shay stepped behind him, resting her hands on his shoulders. "This was always a possibility. Better to give them what they want than end up dead. And, I hate to say it, but after all House Lannister did to you, maybe letting slip a few secrets isn't so bad." He closed his eyes, remembering Jaime's face, the single tie that had once given him warmth in that family. Jaime never wanted any of this, yet he's part of them. She squeezed his shoulders gently. "You can't hold your whole life hostage to Jaime's feelings. You have to survive." He exhaled, nodding bleakly. "You're right. House Lannister is no friend of mine." She said nothing more, drawing him to his feet. They tidied the table in heavy silence, the stew long gone cold. Neither had an appetite now. When they finally crawled into bed, Tyrion lay awake, consumed by the knowledge that his secrets were now a weapon in someone else's war. He had no illusions about the realm's future. The fall of Cersei, the precarious boy king, the unstoppable swirl of political ambition. He'd left Westeros, but he hadn't truly escaped it. Days turned into weeks, and Talia returned thrice more. Each time, Tyrion shared further details: grain shipments from the Reach, the structure of the Red Keep's garrison, the loyalties of certain key bannermen. Each time, Talia arrived quietly and left just as discreetly, carrying the knowledge that might help Dorne or others. Tyrion dreaded her visits but saw no alternative. At least she remained civil, and as far as he could tell, no one in Pentos had come hunting him. Meanwhile, Tyrion's routine at the warehouse became second nature. He gained the grudging respect of the laborers by ensuring their pay was always on time, never short a coin. He even rooted out a small smuggling scheme in the accounts, which earned him mild praise from Omeron. Shay established a rapport with some of the workers, showing them how to cook better meals in the communal area and occasionally joining their conversations in a mix of broken common tongue and gestured Pentoshi. Bit by bit, an unexpected sense of community formed, albeit fragile and overshadowed by the secret deals lurking in Tyrion's life. Then, one crisp evening, as the subtle chill of autumn deepened, Tyrion found himself alone at the warehouse. Shay had gone to the market for fresh vegetables. Most laborers had returned home. The watchwoman had not yet arrived for her shift. The warehouse was still, lit by a few wall sconces. Tyrion finished tallying the day's shipments, stifling a yawn. A faint knock sounded at the side door. He frowned. Talia again? Or perhaps a laborer returning for something forgotten. He opened it cautiously, only for his pulse to freeze. Voss stood on the threshold, face partially obscured by a hood, but Tyrion recognized those calculating eyes instantly. "Good evening," Voss said, stepping forward before Tyrion could slam the door. "Long time no see, my lord." Fear flared in Tyrion's gut. He tried to keep his voice steady. "I think you have the wrong place, friend." Voss let out a low chuckle. "No, I believe I have the right place, and you have something I want. Or rather, your head does." Tyrion swallowed hard, heart pounding in his throat. "We're not in Westeros. The bounty doesn't apply here." Voss shrugged, glancing around the dim warehouse. "A Lannister bounty. That's valuable anywhere, if one knows how to collect. I spent a small fortune tracking you from Dorne, you know. The spider webs are thick, but eventually I found a whisper here, a bribe there. Took me a while, but I never gave up. Then I heard rumors of a dwarf steward named Tyrion, working for a small Pentoshi house." He snorted. "Not the best alias, is it?" Tyrion's palms slicked with sweat. If Voss raised the alarm, everything was undone. "What do you want?" Voss stepped closer, the lamplight revealing a twisted smile. "I could kill you now and drag your corpse to someone who'll pay. But maybe we can negotiate. Last time we spoke, you offered me a bigger reward than the bounty, yes? Something about wealth or alliances." Tyrion clenched his jaw. "I'm not wealthy, and alliances are complicated." Voss's gaze roamed the shelves of wool, unimpressed. "You must have powerful friends to have stayed hidden this long. Perhaps your Dornish benefactors. Or maybe you gleaned coin from your time at the Red Keep. Hidden caches? A secret chest of gold? I want my share or I turn you in. Simple as that." Tyrion weighed his options. Shouting for the watch might bring trouble. Voss had no doubt come armed, though Tyrion could not see a weapon under his cloak. The mention of a hidden chest was laughable. Tyrion had no vast stores. He had some silver, enough to keep them afloat in Pentos, not the fortune a bounty hunter would demand. But maybe Talia and her network had resources. The thought left a bitter taste. Trading one blackmailer for another? "Let's say I can pay you something," Tyrion ventured. "Not a fortune, but enough to keep you from delivering me to a more vicious fate. Will that suffice?" Voss's lip curled. "Depends how much." Tyrion racked his brain. "I earn a modest wage here. Can't possibly match the official bounty on my head. But if you wait, let me contact those I know. Discreetly, we might raise more." They keep me alive for their own reasons, you see, and they might pay to keep me free." Voss studied him in silence, then folded his arms. "You have 1 week. After that, I'll find a new buyer. Don't try to vanish, or I'll hunt you again. And next time, I'll take your head before you can blink." Tyrion's pulse thrummed. "Agreed," he managed through gritted teeth. "Meet me at the pigeon steps near the old harbor. 1 week from now at dusk." Voss nodded. "I'll be there. Don't be late or you'll regret it." He backed toward the door, never turning his back. "Pleasure doing business again, Lord Tyrion." Then he disappeared into the night. Tyrion locked the door, lungs constricting. The old terror was back in full force. He was cornered once more, forced to rely on the very network blackmailing him. No matter how he twisted, he was entangled in the threads of manipulation. If Talia and her superiors had money or muscle, perhaps they'd help rid him of Voss, but the cost might be unimaginable. By the time Shay returned, Tyrion was hunched over a stack of wool, mind racing. She saw his pale face and rushed to him. "What happened?" He told her everything, voice shaking with anger and fear. She stood silent a moment, then set down her market basket. "We'll run," she said. "We'll gather our coin, slip out of Pentos at dawn. There are other free cities. Bravos, Norvos, Volantis. He can't follow us forever." Tyrion pressed his eyes shut. "He found me once, and if we run, Talia's people might see it as betrayal. They'll spread word. We'll have nowhere safe. The world is big, but these foes are bigger." He swallowed. "No, we must deal with Voss here, one way or another." Shay's lips trembled. "And by deal, you mean?" He looked away, his throat tight. The memory of Cersei's blood haunted him. "I don't know, but if it's him or us, I won't hesitate. Not again." She wrapped her arms around him. They stood together in the flickering lamplight, the city beyond their walls carrying on heedless of their plight. Tyrion felt the walls closing in once more. He might have escaped Westeros physically, but every step forward entangled him deeper in the webs of violence and coercion. Days passed like a looming thundercloud. Tyrion continued his steward duties by day, feigning normalcy, while Shay tried to calm his frayed nerves at night. But neither could ignore the ticking clock. The appointed meeting with Voss drew near. Tyrion wrestled with how to approach Talia. The network in Dorne had proven they could handle threats quietly, but that did not mean they would help him free of charge. Every favor would be another rung in a ladder of obligations. At last, desperation won out. The morning before the meeting, Talia arrived for her routine check-in about the realm's secrets, as though by some grim coincidence. Tyrion wasted no time. "I need assistance," he said, voice shaking, after she had taken her usual seat in the steward's office. She arched a brow. "Indeed." He explained about Voss and the ultimatum. "I have no vast treasure, but you and your people have resources. If you can quietly remove Voss as a threat, I'll owe you. Whatever else you want to know about Westeros, I'll give it. Or any tasks in Pentos you need done." Talia set down her quill, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "Interesting. We seldom act as personal assassins, but we can't afford to have you exposed, especially while you're providing valuable information." Tyrion's heartbeat drummed in his ears. "So you'll help?" She paused. "Yes, we'll see it done. Voss will die or vanish, whichever is most convenient. But in return, we expect a more direct commitment from you. Not just information, but your loyalty to our cause. If we need you in the future, for infiltration, sabotage, or anything else, you will comply." His gut twisted. "That's an open-ended vow." "It is, but consider the alternative. If Voss kills you or delivers you to Lannister loyalists, you lose everything." Shay, who stood by the door with arms crossed, whispered, "Don't do it." Tyrion rubbed a hand over his face. "If I refuse, we're alone against Voss. If I accept, I become a pawn in more schemes. But better a living pawn than a corpse." He swallowed hard, turning to Talia. "Fine, I accept." She smiled without warmth. "Excellent. You'll arrange a meeting with Voss, yes? We'll handle the rest." Tyrion told her the time and place. Dusk at the pigeon steps near the old harbor. Talia nodded, making mental notes. I'll have 2 men shadow the location. Once Voss arrives, they'll take him. No fuss. No eyewitnesses. Take him how? Shay asked quietly. Talia's tone was pragmatic. Alive if feasible. Dead if not. Either way, he won't trouble you again. Shay's lips parted in protest, but no words came out. Tyrion merely nodded, feeling a cold knot in his chest. Very well. Talia stood, gathering her things. We'll handle it tomorrow. Until then, act as if you plan to pay him. Don't let him suspect anything. She paused at the threshold. You've chosen the lesser evil, Tyrion. In a land of snakes, it's all we can do. With that, she left, footsteps echoing in the corridor. Shay slumped against the wall, eyes brimming with conflict. Lesser evil, she repeated. We're ordering a man's death. He forced our hand, Tyrion muttered, though guilt gnawed at him. I told you before, if it's him or us. She came to him, tears welling. I know, just sometimes I miss the dream that we could be free of all this. Killing, secrets, bargains. He held her close, feeling the quick flutter of her heartbeat. So do I. The next day was an agonizing crawl. Tyrion went through the motions of his steward duties, distributing wages in neat stacks of silver coins, answering the laborers' casual banter with forced smiles. Shay pretended to focus on her errands, but her eyes flicked to him constantly, as if to reassure herself he was still there. Evening came too soon, painting the sky with orange and pink hues. Tyrion told Amaran he needed an hour's leave for personal business. Amaran didn't question it, hardly looking up from a ledger. Shay wanted to accompany him, but Tyrion insisted she stay behind. No need for both of us to be at risk. Talia's people will be there. She reluctantly agreed, hugging him tight before he set out. Tyrion walked alone through Pentos's winding streets, the city's hum shifting to a more nocturnal melody as taverns filled and lanterns lit windows. The old harbor was less busy now, overshadowed by the newer, grander piers. A scattering of smaller boats remained, along with rundown warehouses and steps leading down to the water's edge, where gulls squabbled over scraps. He reached the pigeon steps, named for the flocks of birds that once nested in the crumbling stone arches overhead. A lone lantern stood at the base, casting flickering shadows. Tyrion's heart pounded. He glanced around, searching for Talia's men. Nothing. Perhaps they hid among the crates or behind the half-collapsed walls that lined the quay. A shape emerged from the gloom. Voss, cloak swaying, a thin dagger at his belt glinting in the lantern glow. His eyes fixed on Tyrion. You're here. Good. Where's the gold? Tyrion forced calm. I have some here, he said, patting his pouch. The rest is with associates who will arrive shortly. Voss scowled. Associates, eh? Let's hope you're not foolish enough to bring the city watch. Tyrion shook his head, stalling for time. The watch? Hardly. You'd be arrested as quickly as me. No, these are people who want to keep me breathing, who can pay. There. At that instant, a shadow detached from a nearby corner. Voss whirled, drawing his dagger. Who's there? He hissed. A pair of cloaked figures lunged. One swung a short cudgel, knocking the dagger from Voss's hand. Voss snarled, struggling, but the second figure had a garrote around his neck in seconds, pulling tight. Tyrion stepped back, heart hammering. This was it, Talia's men. Voss gasped, face contorting with fury and terror. He tried to break free, but the first figure struck him again, and his knees buckled. Tyrion watched, throat clenched, as they wrestled Voss to the ground. A brief, chilling gurgle escaped the bounty hunter's lips before the garrote ended it. One of the cloaked men hissed, "Quiet!" When Voss went limp, the men loosened their grip, verifying he was gone. One glanced at Tyrion, eyes cold beneath the hood. It's done. Go. Tyrion swallowed bile, forcing himself to remain steady. What will you do with? Dispose of him. You needn't see. Return to your warehouse. They began hauling Vasa's body away into the shadows, leaving only a faint trail of darkness on the stones. Tyrion staggered back, half expecting to vomit. He'd known this would be the outcome, had practically condoned it, yet the brutality shook him. Quick kill, no quarter. The hush of the water, the lonely lantern. It felt unbearably heavy. He turned and stumbled away, not daring to linger. The walk back to the warehouse passed in a fog. He barely registered the lights of taverns, the laughter of passers-by, the sweet smell of grilled meats at a street vendor. Everything was muted by the memory of Vasa's final choke. When at last he reached the warehouse door, he let himself in. Shay stood there, eyes wide with dread. She took one look at his ashen face and said nothing, just opened her arms. He collapsed into her embrace. They sat on the floor near the empty hearth, his head resting on her shoulder, her fingers combing gently through his hair. The lamplight flickered across the silent space. Finally, she whispered, "It's done." Tyrion nodded against her. Yes, Talia's men killed him before he even had a chance. Her breath hitched. "I'm sorry." He couldn't reply, tears stinging his eyes. Vas had been a threat, but was this how far Tyrion had fallen? To consorting with assassins, to trade one blackmail for another? The voice in his head, Cersei's mocking echo, taunted him. "You truly are a creature of murder, dear brother." Shay rubbed his back, trying to soothe him. Eventually, the shakes subsided. They made their way to bed, though sleep was a hollow promise. Tyrion stared at the ceiling for hours, haunted by how easily Talia's network had killed at his behest. 1,000 miles from Westeros, the Game of Thrones had a new board, but the same savage rules. Come morning, Amaran arrived to review finances as though nothing had changed. Tyrion forced a polite smile, performing his tasks. He glimpsed Shay now and then, her face etched with worry. No one else in the warehouse suspected the violence that had played out the night before. The city carried on. 2 days later, Talia visited. She merely gave a curt nod, sliding a small pouch of coins across Tyrion's desk. "A bonus," she said, "for your cooperation, and to ensure you remain in our debt." Tyrion stared at the pouch, not reaching for it. "You had him killed," he whispered. Her expression was flat. "You asked for that outcome. Or did you want him alive to come after you again? Save your moral qualms. The world is built on such transactions." He clenched his jaw, loathing how right she was. "So I remain your pawn. More than a pawn if you embrace it. But yes, for now. We have more tasks for you in time. For the moment, enjoy your life in Pentos, free from immediate threats. We'll contact you when we need you." She stood. "Until then, keep your eyes open for rumors from Westeros. Any traveling lords or merchants you meet, find out what they know. Report to me." He gave a bitter laugh. "An informant, is that it? Think of it as a partnership." She turned to leave. "Don't worry, we'll keep your true identity secret. That's the deal after all." When she was gone, Tyrion picked up the pouch and tossed it into a drawer. He wanted to throw it into the sea. Yet he needed the coin to keep living. Every time he believed he'd found a refuge, the cruelty of the realm pulled him back. Shay found him hunched over the desk, eyes distant. She brushed a hand over his shoulder. "We'll find a way out of this," she said softly. He looked at her, heartbreak etched in his stare. "I wonder if there is a way out, or if I'm doomed to repeat the same cycles. Violence, betrayal, secrets. No matter where I run." She squeezed his hand. "You still have me," she whispered. Somehow, that knowledge kept him going through the bleakness. They made love that night with desperate intensity, clinging to each other as though the world was on fire. In a sense, it was, and they were caught in its flames. Weeks passed, slipping into a semblance of routine again. The year's turn approached, with Pentos hosting lavish feasts in some quarters, while other neighborhoods struggled. Tyrion managed the warehouse diligently. Shay oversaw small improvements, like ordering better storage for produce or teaching the laborers new cooking techniques. House Galdens will trade flourished, pleasing Amaran enough that he granted them a modest increase in wages. Still, the specter of Talia's next demand loomed. Now and again, Tyrion gleaned bits of rumor from traveling merchants. The crown in Westeros might be increasing taxes to fund new military ventures. The Tyrells were pressing Tommen's court to secure Marjorie Tyrell's position. The north was still fractious. Tyrion jotted these details in a secret ledger, awaiting Talia's next visit. He hated himself for it, but he saw no alternative. One crisp afternoon, near the end of the wool shipping season, Tyrion and Shae decided to visit the city's quieter outskirts. They hopped a small carriage to a district by the sea cliffs, hoping for a glimpse of fresh vistas. The road was lined with cypress trees, the air cleaner than the bustling streets downtown. When they reached a scenic overlook, they disembarked. The vantage point revealed the city sprawled below, red rooftops and winding alleys. Beyond it glistened the sapphire sea, dotted with sails. A cool wind ruffled Shae's hair. Tyrion felt a pang of longing for a simpler life, one in which they could stand here without fear. She slipped an arm around his waist. "It's beautiful," she murmured. "Sometimes I forget to notice." He nodded, pressing a kiss to her temple. "I'm glad we came." The gulls cried overhead, swooping near the cliffs. For a moment, they simply breathed, letting the horizon fill their senses. No watchers, no blackmailers, just a man and a woman gazing at the sea. Tyrion found his heartbeat slowing, tension easing. Moments like this were rare, but they reminded him that not everything was chaos. Eventually, they walked a narrow path that meandered along the cliffs, passing a few stone benches and half-crumbled statues of old Pentoshi heroes. They spoke softly, remembering nights in King's Landing when they dreamed of running away. Now they had run, and the reality was both kinder and harsher than their fantasies. Before dusk, they returned to the city. The carriage dropped them near the warehouse. As they approached, Tyrion spotted a figure waiting by the side door, Amaran. The steward frowned, tapping his foot impatiently. "Master Amaran," Tyrion greeted. "Is something wrong?" Amaran exhaled. "The laborers say you've been absent for hours. A new shipment arrived, and none of the sums were recorded. I appreciate you want leisure time, Tyrion, but we have a business to run." Tyrion suppressed an urge to snap. "My apologies. I didn't realize there would be deliveries today. I'll rectify it immediately." "You'd best," Amaran said stiffly. "House Galdon depends on punctual records. See that it doesn't happen again." He cast Shae a brief, disapproving glance, then turned on his heel and strode away. Shae shrugged at Tyrion. "I suppose that's a mild scolding compared to what you endured at the Red Keep." He gave a short laugh. "True. He can't exactly have me beheaded for tardiness." They went inside, and Tyrion spent the next few hours updating ledgers, verifying receipts, and checking the condition of the newly delivered wool bales. Shae assisted, handing him small notes from the foreman. By the time they finished, it was well past dark. They retreated to their small chamber. Tyrion collapsed onto the bed with a groan, burying his face in the pillow. Shae rubbed his back. "It's a life," she said softly. "Steady if overshadowed by secrets, but better than being on the run, no?" He rolled over, studying her face in the lantern light. "I suppose. At least we're not sleeping in hedgerows or stables. Though I fear Talia's demands will keep escalating." Shae's eyes flickered with worry. "We'll face that together. We always do." He pulled her down beside him, pressing his forehead to hers. There, in the hush of their small room, they clung to each other's warmth. Beyond the warehouse walls, Pentos's night carried on, full of unseen intrigues. But for now, they drew what comfort they could in each other's presence, hoping that tomorrow might not bring a fresh wave of threats. It was a fragile peace, built on the quicksand of secrets and debts, but it was theirs. Tyrion Lannister, kinslayer and fugitive, drifted into sleep with Shae's fingers entwined in his, praying that the next dawn would spare them at least one more day of ordinary life. The old lessons of Westeros taught him hope was often a luxury, but still he nurtured a small ember of it in his chest. For without hope, all the cunning in the world would not save him. And so they carried on, balancing on the edge of a dagger in a faraway city, shaped by the legacy of blood spilled in a distant land, yet still clinging desperately to the slim promise of survival and perhaps, one day, a measure of peace.